And then there were the others. Guys, we have had one of the most interesting, one of the most upset filled, and quite frankly, whoever had this final, call me now. I want your financials. I want some financial advice from you for the future. The WAFCON finals are set. Congratulations again to Malawi. First time coming, first time finalists. Congratulations to Cameroon, initially failing to qualify, but because CAF went to 16 teams for WAFCON, they were given a second life and they made the most of their opportunity. And congratulations to the semifinalists. Algeria and Morocco, they are headed straight to the Women's World Cup. But the last thing of note before we get to the finals and the third place matchup is the playoffs that are happening today. The teams that fell in the quarterfinals, it's their last opportunity for a chance to make the World Cup. For the winners, they gave themselves hope. But for the losers today, it'll be a lot of soul searching asking what could have been. And we start off today with the Ivorians, Les Elephants de Cote d'Ivoire, who will be taking on the Black Queens of Ghana. And it's very simple. Win this game, and you are headed towards the FIFA Interconfederation Playoff, where they will join 8 other teams, be split into 3 different pathways, and the winner of each pathway will be the playoff teams headed to Brazil to play at the World Cup next summer. And so for Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and later on today, Nigeria and South Africa, only 2 of those teams will move on, and 2 of those teams will represent the CAF flag, take the CAF banner, and try to add an additional African side to the Women's World Cup, who, for this year, next year's tournament, will be a 32 team tournament, and we'll wait to see what happens in the years moving forward from that. But, guys, welcome to the channel. That's what at stake today. Welcome to our channel. This is The Shape of Football. We do primarily Canadian African content. We've been doing live streams of the Women's African Cup of Nations as we've gone through. We saw a great goal scored. Tabitha Chowing, a nice overhead. We've seen great goalkeeping. Michele Behin, I see you. Benfica phone gonna ring. But now it's time for the teams that couldn't get the straight direct flight. They're gonna have to take the scenic route to go through. And the format is very simple, as you can see. The winners of each bracket or each side moved on, and the losers of each side will face each other in the play-in matches. So as you can see, at the top, you had Morocco who got past South Africa. So South Africa sat and waited to meet the loser of Cameroon, Nigeria, and that was Nigeria. So in a semifinal rematch from last year, we are getting South Africa and Nigeria, the winner going straight to the IC playoff, the loser, and probably one of the more surprising results. It's actually shocking that the two of the past winners of the women's AFCON, one of them will not be headed towards the World Cup, which is astounding. But that just kind of speaks to, unfortunately, the tournament, the qualifying tournament that they had. They just failed, unfortunately, to live up to the expectations that many had for them. But the first game is going to be Cote d'Ivoire, who were up on Algeria, but then one red card, and then a comeback later fell to Algeria 2-1, whereas Ghana missed opportunities, wasted chances. Malawi were able to get the comeback 2-1 over them. And so one side from each are headed towards the IC playoff. And just to remind you of who is in the Interconfederation playoff so far, we have currently from the Asian Confederation, you have Uzbekistan and Chinese Taipei. We will find out the 2 African slots today. And then the other 2 slots that we don't know are CONCACAF and UEFA. UEFA are going through their playoffs, and therefore the lowest ranked playoff side is going to be in their qualification model are going to go. And CONCACAF, they're just going straight to the quarterfinals. So 8 teams are coming, and it's a similar thing as has happened in CAF, which also happened with AFC. You got a final 8, then the next 2 went through, and then you kept on going from there. So from CONMEBOL, you have Venezuela and Ecuador. From OFC, you have Papua New Guinea, who qualified last year. And then we're waiting for the UEFA, the lowest ranked UEFA side. And then also the lowest ranked side coming from CONCACAF region. So that is what is at stake today. So again, for Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, it's simply a chance for redemption. It really is that. I think for Ghana, a team that some had, and I was buying into it, the idea that, hey, we could have maybe got Ghana. And if you look at the pathway, look at who Malawi had to face. Malawi had a, not to say an easier pathway, but if you're a Ghana, you're kicking yourself. You didn't have to play South Africa. You didn't have to play Nigeria. You didn't have to play Morocco. You just had to beat Malawi and then beat Algeria, a side you had beaten before, and then get to the final versus Cameroon. It's unfortunately for Ghana a lost opportunity, and the Ivorians will say the same thing. I think they certainly feel that it's an opportunity lost, that they could have maybe gone further in this competition, winning the tournament, let alone qualifying for the World Cup. But as we wait to see the lives to come through, it's going to be a very interesting conversation with both sides. I think Ghana, lost opportunity, but they could still find some redemption going through. And then on the other side, when it comes to the Ivorians and Ghana, it's just make the most of this opportunity. You have life. One of these sides are going to go home and wonder what could have been. The other side will come back and say, okay, we have life. You have a few months to retool. Maybe you have to recruit a couple more players. Being in Canada, I could think of one Ivorian player of descent and one player who has Ghanaian heritage. And I'd be like, whoever wins this, I'm telling them, call this person because why not? But to give you a quick rundown of what happened at last editions of the Interconfederational Playoff. So 4 years ago, for the Australia-New Zealand World Cup, the two African representatives were Cameroon and Senegal. Chinese Taipei made it from Asia, but it was Thailand was the second team, not Uzbekistan. From CONCACAF, you had IHC in Panama. They were the third place winners in their group. And so what ended up happening in both sides was for CONCACAF's um, qualification, they had two groups of four, and then the third place sides and the fourth place sides played each other, and then the winners of those games, or the third place finishers, they moved on to the IC playoff, which is here Commonwealth, you have Paraguay and Chile, Papua New Guinea again, and then the lowest ranked team in the last World Cup edition from UEFA was Portugal. And so they got split up there were four seeded teams and then three unseeded teams. Six unseeded teams. And then they went into different class runs. So, for example, the seeded teams, you had Portugal, Chile, and then Chinese Taipei and Papua New Guinea had to play games against their other sides. And so for Portugal and Chile, they had buys to the final. So similar to what happened on the men's side this year, where we had Iraq waiting and then DR Congo waiting as your two highest ranked sides. And then there was a playoff with four teams or two on each side, and then they went on to go through. So Group A, you had Portugal who waited for Cameroon, who got past Thailand, but then fell to Cameroon. Cameroon fell to Portugal in a last minute penalty. It's 90 plus 4 minutes after equalizing. So 5 minutes after finding life, then you give up a penalty, unfortunately. Portugal go through. Group B bracket, you had IIT getting past Senegal 4-0, and then IIT got past Chile by a score of 2-0. Melchi Dumerne, if you didn't know who she was then, you were introduced to her later. 2 goals in the final. Game was fully controlled. Chances there for IIT. Then the C pathway was you had Chinese Taipei playing Paraguay, and then Panama played Papua New Guinea. Panama got past Papua New Guinea 2-0, and then Paraguay got past Chinese Taipei in penalties, 2-2 in regulation, and 4-2 in pens. And then in the final, as you can see, Panama got past Paraguay 1-0. And so the three pathway winners in the last edition were three debutants: Portugal, Panama, and IHC. And it's going to be a similar format coming into next year's World Cup edition. Yes, 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 yes. Greetings, Pastor. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're keeping well. Here on the AFCON, on the WAFCON, on all the con tries. And so That was a pathway, and it'll be similar to that next year. Yeah, I did have some people in other videos ask me, well, why is it that the two highest ranked teams are playing in Africa? Why are they playing each other to eliminate themselves? We should give our highest ranked teams the best chance to go through. I can understand that. At the same time, the format is there. If you want to say get those teams through, you had games to win. You didn't have to lose, right? I think if you look back, you can maybe excuse a bit with Nigeria because hey, you fell to Malawi. Malawi are finalists, so okay, you lost to a team that went to the finals. You beat Egypt like you were supposed to, and then you beat Zambia, a team that finished third with 6 points. South Africa, I think, is a little bit more shocking. You lose to Tanzania, and Tanzania finish in fourth with all the points at the end. They draw Cote d'Ivoire, a team that were really until the red card had a chance to go through. Once the red card left, then things started slowly to fall apart. And then they got a win over Burkina Faso, which wasn't really convincing. And so, because of that, both teams ended up in second place slots. And as a result, they ended up on the same side of the bracket, right? Because if South Africa or Nigeria had topped their groups, they're on the other side of the bracket. And that's where it gets interesting. But because they both finished in second, they were on the same side of the bracket. So there was a possibility, right? There was a real possibility that I thought Morocco would have a murderous row where they'd have to go and exercise some demons and beat teams that had beat them in finals, right? They got past South Africa, but it was Cameroon of all sides in penalties who got through to the finals, whereas Nigeria fell to Cameroon, and that's why they're there. So yeah, you could have re-ranked this, sure, but it's not one slot available. There's two slots that are going through. And so CAF had it set up. Maybe in 4 years to relook at it. I don't think we should be defending our highest ranked teams. Win your games and go from there. And so that's where we are where we are. And I see Firewall, who's been here for I feel every one of these. Always good to see you, my brother. Always good to see you. Ivory Coast are better than Ghana, but Ghana girls are relentless. They don't back down. Overall, you're gonna go Cote d'Ivoire 2, Ghana 1. All right, and I see over on Twitch, Carolina Addies. I see you, Carolina. How are we doing? I'm doing all right so far. Weather's nice. Allergies are just kicking in, so we're making it work. But I'm doing fine so far. I'm doing fine so far. How are you keeping where you are in your neck of the woods? How are you keeping? Perfect, perfect. Let me know how you're keeping there. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I am very much glad to hear that. And so, as we sit here waiting for rosters and things to come through, I've had two different things for start time. I have 12 noon as a start time. So I'm out here waiting for a lineup or two. But nothing has come in as of yet. We'll have to wait and see. But of interesting note, of the 5 head-to-head matches that they've had, and I think the 3 most recent ones show a very good comparison as we throw over here to Soccer Way. Last time that they played, the Ivorians got a 1-0 win over Ghana. And then last year in June, Ghana got a 1-0 win over them this tournament. In a pre-tournament friendly. A year ago, they got a 1-0 loss. So Cote d'Ivoire got the win. And then in May of last year, a 3-3 draw, which now I'm curious to see what happened in that game. So the highest scoring match of that, which happened last year in May, I went straight to that here. So Conan with 2 goals, but Ghana was up 2-0, and then up 3-1, and then gave up the lead for a 3-3 draw. Very, very interesting. Not much more on that other than the results. So that is interesting. And they're pre-tournament friendly. I don't take too much stock into that because teams were certainly rotating. And so in that game, it was Sharon Sampson who scores in the 75th minute, giving Ghana the 1-0 win. And now I'm curious to see the Ivorian results, see of those last matchups with Utrego Uedrago scoring in the 53rd minute in that matchup. And that was a difference maker in the game. Those lineups were pretty much similar. You didn't have too much changing in them. And so that's what the last results would have been. Okay, okay. I just no, it's not my first stream actually. I have on Twitch. This is probably like my fifth one this week or in the last couple of weeks. Okay. Well, it's good to meet you, Christina Eva. Very good to meet you. I will enjoy meeting everyone else. So yeah, we are. Yeah, I did some World Cup, some Men World Cup games this summer as well, and so I've been there since about there. So probably since June, I've started. I've typically been just streaming here on YouTube, but I've started to just actually use all the tools that I have, and so using Twitch eventually probably will jump onto like the other socials and stuff. But right now, Twitch and YouTube are where I'm pretty much at. Yeah, we do primarily Canadian and African content here for football, men and women's. I do have XR and stuff for sure. Let me actually, you guys, yeah, we're having a side conversation. Let me pull up, if you're looking for more places to follow me, of course, all the fun things. I'll pull up my link tree because my link tree should still be there. So let me actually pull my link tree. For those of you who are wondering where I am, there we go. So this is the old link tree. I'll send it to you just on Twitch here. If you want to go to it, that is where all my sites are now. I did rebrand everything, so it used to be under the name African Canadians or Afrikaans, but then because South Africa, that got confused, so I switched the branding to Shape of Football, which is what we're going to stick with here for the time being. But yeah, if you're looking to follow me anywhere else, that is where you can find me. TikTok, all the things, they should all be there. But as we wait here for lineups, that is what is at stake today. So again, a pathway headed towards the Women's World Cup playoff spots. And again, already there, you have Uzbekistan, Chinese Taipei, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Papua New Guinea. They be there. They are there. So I'm trying to figure out if the games are supposed to start at noon or at 1 here. Because I'm in Canada, by the way, in case nobody knew. So I'm trying to figure out where the games, because I saw initially the games were at one time, then the games are coming at another time. The referees are a South African referee with a Malian assistant ref, and the assistant second ref is Zambian. This is like the officials for this. This is the Coalition of African Officials. Proper. Everyone is represented so well. Everyone is represented so well here. Right? So you have South African referee, a first and a second are Malian and Zambian. I may have got the flag wrong there. Regardless, Mitafula coming through. Senegalese reserve ref. Swazi for video assistant referee. Another Zambian in the VAR booth, and Zimbabwe as the assistant there. A nice, nice, nice representation. I'm in Canada specifically, I'd say like 9. It's 9, like Niagara. So a little bit south of Toronto. So that's where I'm at specifically. I give you my address, but I don't know if people really want that. 9 a.m. Okay. So 10 a.m. Sorry. Okay. Sure. Go on. I don't mind you saying anything, as long as it's, let's see where this goes. This could be interesting. Uh, as we wait. No, let's find this. Yeah, you just if you want to do that, message me on Twitch, and then we can correspond from there, and then kind of see what we want to do there for sure. I'm always open. I'm always game for sure. So yeah, message me on Twitch or message me on any of the platforms, and we'll go from there for sure. But right now, so 10 a.m. California time. Perfect. All right, I will see you. Just send me a message there, and then we'll go from there. Perfect. 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 I shall do so. All right, so we are waiting for lineups that we can throw up so we can keep everyone informed what's coming up. But as it stands right now, it's telling me 12 noon, no lineups, no guidance. If we're here for an extra hour, we're here for an extra hour. So that's what we're going to do. Got you. No, I definitely will. Thank you a lot. I will check it out for sure. Appreciate that, actually. All right, T. Actually, now that I'm here, now I'm curious to see because a lot of different confederations have run their World Cup qualifying differently here, and so I'm really curious to see because I like the one I did like UEFA's setup, though it does have some flaws. It is definitely built to be a hey, let's get our teams through, and so it does have a bit of a get your team through type of a situation. But here's how UEFA's works. And this might be an interesting pathway in terms of how teams could go through. So for it, the first round you had teams playing the Nations League. I'll throw this up for you. This was UEFA's round. And they're the only really different one. Everyone else's have been similar to how CAF have run theirs, which is you get to a final eight, quarterfinalists, or however many numbers you get slotted to go through. And then from there you run through. So for for UEFA, they're in right now their home and away round. That is where they currently are. They're in their home and away round. And so that is a second round because you had your top 12 teams were in four groups of four. And then the winner of each group went automatically. And so England was in a group, I believe, with Spain, and Spain ended up winning that group. And then the rest of the teams kept on going through. So there was only four direct paths. Everyone else has to go home and away in terms of their pathways and their matchups. And so in path one, you have England, Norway, Netherlands, Italy, Republic of Ireland, Sweden, Iceland, and Austria. And the unseeded sides are Hungary, Greece, Romania, Belarus, Kosovo, Lithuania, Croatia, and Kazakhstan. And then the other round, path two, you have Slovenia. So the next I can't do math. The next eight versus the next eight in the middle. So pathway one is a little bit easier. You have your highest versus your lowest. If these were groups, seeded teams in round one would be in path one would be your ones. This would be your fours, and then in path two, this would be your twos, and these would be your threes, effectively. And the brackets go as follows. And so the winners of the draws, okay, were held on June. Okay, that happened. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, they could be drawn in the same group, so you understand that. So this says, as unseen teams were held into place, the preceding draws ties 2 versus 8 perform path 2, ties 9 to 16, okay? In the round of 2 draw, a placeholder indicating a path 2 winner was drawn and placed into a tie with a placeholder indicating path 1 winner was drawn. So here are your pathways and your brackets moving. So you have Ukraine, Slovakia, Greece, England, Finland, Serbia, Belarus, Italy, Portugal, Northern Ireland, Croatia, Iceland, Albania, Wales, Romania, Norway, Switzerland, them, Kosovo, Austria, Czech Czechia, she's Czech Republic, it's Czechia, then Scotland, and then Lithuania, Sweden, and then they run from there. So these start on October the 9th. So the October window coming through, which is why the automatic qualifiers are qualified teams. So Spain, I think, France, Denmark, and another side, maybe Germany is the fourth. They are all gallivanting, finding friendlies for themselves in the interesting way. So that's coming through. And this is interesting because it is kind of set up to be a home and away set for October, and then you'll have your finals come through in the November/December tie, and then from there, that's where you'll get your last winners qualifying, which isn't a bad route to go. I don't hate it. I do think the one flaw is we're definitely setting it up in a way where, hey, we're giving teams a chance to move through. So hey, do what you got to do in that sense. But what I did like about it was at least for their League A play for UEFA, it was a direct pathway. And so you had your teams, and then from there you had to qualify. And so to just show you the teams that already qualified, the Danes they got past in their group, they won their group with all the Nations League games, 4 wins and 2 draws. They topped that group, so they went directly. No more qualification for you. You go France directly. They got past the Netherlands by 2 points. No more World Cup qualifying for you. Spain, again, you had England in their group, but the goal difference does it for Spain. Nothing left for you. And then Germany, as we suspected, only 1 draw, no other world qualification. The only thing I would change, and especially with more teams, with the thought of adding more teams to World Cups, the one thing I would like to see is making World Cup, like making continental tournaments mean something. I think that would be very interesting, and I would like to see that. And I've suggested this on the men's side, especially with a lot of tournaments going from a 2 year cycle to a 4 year cycle. You want to make them mean something more? Fine. Just a 48 team men's World Cup. I think you can afford to kill like 5 spots immediately, truthfully. And so for me, I would say the one suggestion I would make is I think World Cup qualifying could be very interesting, but if you gave more value to your continent winners, I miss the Confederations Cup. I know it's probably never coming back, but I would love to see like the next Euros where it's okay. Actually, no. What we're going to do is we're going to actually set in, and the winner of the women's Euros or the winner of the male Euros, they get the automatic World Cup spot. Now, that's up to the federation to decide. But I think that's a very good way to, okay, if you can't make it that route, then you can go through another route. Because I think one of the more interesting things one of the more interesting flaws that will come up is with more spots available, more teams are playing, which means if you're hosting a World Cup, who can you actually play? Yes, there are windows where you'll have actual competitive games happening, but that's the one thing I'm concerned and I'm curious with. I would certainly love to see them open it up. I would love to see a confederation just do it. Say whether it's CONCACAF, whether it's CAF, I don't care. Whether it's UEFA, you tell me that this means more. So now you're qualifying, or maybe that means the team starts to, hedge their chances. Like you think of this women's AFCON, right? And in the men's AFCON, we've seen teams have great runs that we didn't really see. We saw Madagascar had a nice deep run to the quarters one year. We saw Zambia win it not out of nothing really, right? And so imagine if on a year that you have that, all of a sudden a team that you're not expecting, they go on a deep run, they make the finals. Imagine the year that Zambia won the male AFCON, they qualify for the World Cup immediately. That changes the trajectory of everything for them. Now they have 2 years to try to start to find players, recruit, get players in, things, all the things. It could be very interesting. It could work very well. I think that's something that I think we should start to consider, especially heading into a 48 team World Cup is definitely an option like that. And so, as you wait to see, wait for the rosters to come up, that is what is at stake currently. That is definitely something that's at stake here. And we're waiting to see when the rosters are coming up. But if it's 10 o'clock Pacific, then it's definitely a 1 o'clock kick here. Because if it's 9 o'clock, then it'd be noon. But I think we may have got the times messed up, or someone may have got the wrong time. Because kickoff for this game here is slated for. Yeah, because I'm going back to it. Kickoff is slated for 6 and 9. 3 hour run that I think we've corrected. So we are definitely an hour and change early, but it's okay. So what we're gonna do here is let's go over players. Let's go over the teams that are here. Right? Because I think that is going to be the thing to keep an eye on. And also, fun fact, after this, World Cup qualifying not World Cup, Olympic qualifying starts directly after this. So they'll have some time to rest. And then come October, then it's Olympic qualifying because CAF runs Olympic qualifying separate than their tournaments. I guess this is a shot at CONCACAF. How about we have Olympic qualifying as its own thing? Huh? Can we do it? Another platform for the ladies, for the lads to qualify instead of just looping everything together into one thing. Stop Walmarting these tournaments, guys. Just stop it. Alrighty. So let's go through players and teams. Let's start with Ghana here. Because Ghana, I think, have been a very interesting side where you see the moments, but you don't always see the final result. I think that is the best way to describe a Ghana side, right? We look at their first game, they defeat Capo Verde 2-0, and they don't have a bad game, but you see you see the the seeds of the things, the problems that will haunt them later on, which is inability to finish in front of the nets. They had chance. It started off great. Doors scoring in the first 7 minutes. We're like, okay, Ghana's here not to mess around. And then they don't score another goal in this game until a second half own goal. But to highlight a player who I think has been a consistent measure of good play, Josephine Bonsu here, I think, has been their best and most consistent player this entire tournament, both in defending and especially in progression. She had a field day against Capo Verde in their first game. It was really instrumental moving the ball through. As you can see, some of the numbers that she was able to put up a 9 rating against Capo Verde. She was really a solid player. I think she's a standout for me. I think the other two players who I think low-key have had a good tournament have been the two midfielders, Asantewa and Kwadwo here. They have been consistent, working, winning the ball, progressing it, as you can see here against Capo Verde. Again, playmaking, had a lot of opportunities, just not able to necessarily turn it over and create goals. The progression, they were just nearly flawless against Capo Verde. You go to Kwadwo as well, the same type of a game. Picks up a yellow, but again, progression was fairly good as well. Not as good as Asante in this game, but had moments to move on. Their second game, they fall to Cameroon by a score of 1-0 in a game where, honestly, Cameroon went up, and maybe we should have taken more. Maybe I should have looked back and said, this is a good side, Michele Bihinia had a stellar game, was stopping chances left, right, and center. But again, you had another solid game from Josephine Bonsu. And defending was good. Progression, a little bit less effective. Again, less space against the Cameroon side, who were both athletic and physical enough to cut back on the chances. Ghana couldn't just roam free. But then you also started to see the integration of other players coming back. Evelyn Badu, I think, had a good game here off the bench. Doesn't quite show it well, but she did. But then again, Asantewa and Kwadwo, Asantewa, a solid second game again. Playmaking, a few opportunities, And then progression, nearly flawless in that. And then in the attack, dribbling, coming through, defending, you saw her work very much well put through. But Alice Kusi, another player who I didn't bring up, this game was a little bit more difficult for her. I think she had her best game was definitely against Malawi, but I think Malawi allows you to play a little bit more up and down within those spaces, and that's what opened it up from them. But again, two solid performances coming through, and then against Mali, they simply needed a draw to go through, and they get the draw and the win. And again, another solid performance. Josephine Bontu, again, the consistency has been there for her. 7-3. In this game, Alice Kusi really showed well in starting to create the goal opportunities. Evelyn Badu scoring the opener and the game tying, or the goal that got them through, because ultimately it was tied. Again, another solid performance between for Kajuo here in the middle, full 90. Progression was very fairly good in terms of moving the ball forward. Ultimately, though defending good as well. Not so much in the attacking space. She sat back more with Asante while driving more. And you started to see some of those building and going through. And then this was definitely a game where, and I'll go to the stats specifically here in this game. This was a game of a bunch of chances, shots on target, and one goal to show. I tell you, the seeds were planted in this game. The seeds were planted of, yeah, there's lots of movement, lots of great opportunities, but nothing to really show for it. And that's certainly been a thing that has haunted them in this competition. It's not lack of goals, it's not for lack of opportunities. They've just not been able to finish them. And I think that is what has really hurt the Ghana Black Queens in this tournament. It's not for lack of opportunities. They just have been poor finishing. And this gets us to their Malawi loss, right? And their Malawi loss, look, you try to deal with Tabitha and Temwa Chawinga, it's a tough, tall task. But your highest rated player in this game was Josephine Bonsu again. But she had her hands full, right? With Samwaka, with Kadzere, with both Chawinga sisters, Temwa and Tabitha. And that was a game where, look, there was up and down opportunities. Like you look at the stats in this game. Look, Malawi certainly made the most of their chances. Ghana did not. And so with Ghana having 9 shots and only 2 on target, that to me was their flaw in this game. And I think one of the things the Malawi game, because Malawi had just fallen to Zambia. And so with Zambia coming through, what I think a lot of teams looked at the goal that Kelo conceded to Barbara Banda. People are like, oh, well, she can't handle high balls, so everything shoot high on her. Zekelo has caught everything since. She hasn't had any blunders like that. And I think that blunder actually opened things up for her because everyone's been trying to beat her high, but they're not getting enough on it. And now for a goalie who you're trying to test, okay, get the ball on the ground, get around her in those types of situations. This was a game where Ghana just hasn't been able to finish. And I think that to me has been the story of their qualification tournament here. It's not for lack of opportunities, they simply cannot finish. Their striking has not been clinical. They have not had the quality to do so. And this is why, unfortunately, instead of playing for third place or even playing for the finals, they're playing for a spot in the IC playoff. And that is what I think has really hurt them. Up top is a full conversation. I think Doris Bodua hasn't had the best tournament here. I think some of the lineup choices are putting Chantal Boyle Horkla in bad positions. Out wide, she's not a bad winger, but she's better built as that second striker in the middle. I think Ghana are much better suited to have pace outside there. But then who do you take out in the midfield is the question. I think in that situation, you drift an Evelyn Badu back out wide. And yes, give her the free roam to come inside because I think her starting has certainly helped the she's certainly helped the movements and just I think the build up overall of this Ghana side. But I don't know if that's really the best place for her. And so for Chantal, uh, Boy Horkola, I think that's where you want her. You want her more centrally to play a little bit more there. I think that gets the most out of her in those situations. But actually, I'll hop into this. We'll hop into a little bit of just tactics of how they've played and where I would like them to see it play if they have the health, because there was early substitutions, so this might give them some opportunities to move forward. But let's look at the Ivorians. The Ivorians certainly had a good group. They won their group. And again, there's gonna be much that's made about this. I know there's some Algerians who are out there like, "Well, Cameroon never qualified, so why are they here?" CAF put them in. Okay, I yelled about this before. The tournament has started. Water is wet. The rain has already fallen. There's no point in complaining that you didn't bring an umbrella. And on that point, that's the note of yes, CAF added 4 teams to the women's AFCON. Okay, yeah, they did. I don't think their methodology was the best. I think it warranted us getting there because you looked at who wasn't there at the time. So if you've been under a rock this whole time, right? Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Egypt were added because they were the best ranked losers in the final round of qualification for WAFCON. Right? So they lost to 4 of these teams here. Ghana defeated Egypt 7-0 on aggregate. Cameroon lost to Algeria. Mali lost to Senegal. And Cote d'Ivoire, I'm forgetting who they would have lost to. But point being, this was a 12-team tournament. And then we went to a 16-team tournament, which meant no third place spots. And yes, I think, especially knowing that now hindsight's 2020, they pushed the tournament back. There should have been qualifiers. And I think next tournament edition, if you're going to 16 teams, which you should be at, push it. Actually have qualifiers for that. Because this was supposed to be in March, and then they got moved. I have my theories on that. But the opportunity was there to play qualifying matches. Maybe it would have been short notice for the federations, but just to add teams, it speaks to 2 things. A, if you're a team that lost in the last round, you think, oh, that's not fair. Like, I think of Benin in the situation. Benin lost to Nigeria 3-1 in aggregate. I think could have been a good side to come here because they certainly pushed Nigeria. Now, maybe that they were just a warning sign, the warning shot for how Nigeria might struggle to finish. Turns out it was. But on the one side, you say, yeah, is it a good look that a team that never qualified that was added wins the tournament? No. At the same breath, is it a good look that, ironically, the 14th to you have one side that is on the way? 2 teams that were added won their groups. Cameroon and Cote d'Ivoire won the groups. Mali needed a win versus Ghana, and you could have had 3 teams. The only team that really kind of didn't show well here was Egypt. Egypt came there and they collected. Okay, Cleopatra's collected. 6 from you, 6 from Zambia, 6 from Nigeria, 3 from Malawi. The Egyptians collected. But that being said, it's both yes, I think it's deep. I think the competition was deep enough to get to 16 teams. I don't know why we're always at 12. But I didn't like how we got there. And I've said this from time, I've said this from the beginning, and that's kind of where we sit here as we are allegedly 10 or 70 minutes away from the kickoff. I don't see anything here, so this is going to be very interesting to see what happens with this. But let's go through the Ivorian pathway. So they have Ghana here, but they fall to Algeria in the middle, but they start the tournament off with Burkina Faso. And a game where I thought they weren't bad. Like, I didn't find them bad. I just felt that they had opportunities. I think they gave up opportunities as much as they were creating them. And so for Burkina Faso, who fell 4-1, I just felt like, oh no, they just unfortunately ran into a team that was a lot more clinical. They weren't clinical on the day, Burkina Faso, that is. But 4-1 versus Burkina Faso to start things off again. Ouedraogo, a solid start. First goal assist, big chance created, three dribbles created. Like, this has been a player who I think having her now paired up with Conan, I think makes the attack very formidable for the Ivorians. Again, as Firewall said, I think it's fair to say, I think as a team, you might like the Ivorians. They may have a few more players on all levels that can perform. I think Ghana, it's just not for lack of trying, they just can't finish. Maybe this is the day where like Doris scores everything, but the consistent thing has been Ghana creates chances, they score one, maybe two. The consistent thing is actually Ghana scores one goal. But but then Conan with two goals in this game as well. And so those two playing off of each other, I think has been really fun. It's been a good, not even a good revelation, it's been a good, solid contributors for the Ivorian side. And if they're able to continue that through, I think that opens up their opportunities in the playoff if they're able to get past this Ghana side coming through. Because again, Burkina Faso, they lost the goalkeeper. I remember I watched that game. I was like, oof, tough. That was a tough yellow for them to get. Their second game, they faced South Africa, and this game was interesting because they get the two early leads. They get the two goals early. So Seri scores two goals in the first half, and from there you're like, okay, could the Ivorians do it? This game was a little bit misleading, I think. But then it's misleading because of how South Africa have played this tournament, and that's a whole conversation with them. I think South Africa, if Ghana have struggled to score, right? If Ghana see the ball and then strike it and they miss everything, South Africa get the ball into good spots, but then the urgency isn't always there, but then their chances. But this game, even in the first half, yes, it was a little bit equal. It was just the Ivorians very lethal on the transition. They're going to play defense and transition ball. That is something that they are going to do. And I think what makes this difficult for some sides is if you aren't built to be technical in passing. Because if you're just going to play in transition, it's get the ball, put it into space, and in transition, we'll look dangerous. But if you can pass the ball, and I think a prime example of that is the Algeria Malawi game that came yesterday. I think Algeria could roll the ball on the carpet like some of the best teams here. But once it got to the final third, their decision making, their passing wasn't there in the first half. And then when you turn that over, then you have Tabitha and Temwa and Swadika, all those ladies coming at you full pace. In transition, it's like, yeah, they are the definition of if they're three steps behind you, they're already past you. And so that was where it becomes really interesting to see what they ever do. But the Ivorians, I felt, though they had the lead, I never felt that South Africa were going to lose this game. I felt if South Africa lost this game, it was just South Africa's Lafka finish versus the Ivorians playing a great game in one way or the other. But again, two assists. Seri gets the two goals. Ouedraogo gets that. Ouedraogo gets the assist there, and they play more of a 3-4-3. Defensively, they're fine. Amani, solid defensively in the midfield. She's at Bayern currently. A solid player, progressing the ball well in that game. Attacking nothing much, but defending so. Again, South Africa isn't exactly the beacon of finishing their chances this tournament. But they did enough. And so that's where they get their second, and then a draw. Then the win here versus Burkina Faso again. Hey, what up, Burkina Faso again? Tanzania. It's about time. So then the Tanzania game, Ouedraogo again has been really the creator here. Conan definitely is a name, but Ouedraogo is definitely going to be a name that is going to. That pairing, I think, has done very well. And so in transition, if Kouassi can get the ball, if Fofana can get that ball up, those two, Conan and Udrago, are creating havoc for the teams that they're playing against. Right, they really are, and even in this game against Tanzania, they it was all about creating chances. And in this game, they were far better. Their chances, and what I like to see is when you have shots, how many are on target. Right, I like to see if you at least get 40 to 50% of your shots on target. Make the goalie make a save. I don't care if they're just all going to the goalkeeper. Get the shot on frame because you don't want to be wasting all these great shots and sending the ball to everyone at the other side. Let me get to you. What time does this match start? I thought this match started in 3 minutes. I don't see anything that's showing me this. So I think there may be a time discrepancy here because I thought this game was supposed to start 1 o'clock here. And so it's either starting in 3 minutes and I'm looking to see if I see it, or it's starting in an hour's worth of time. So I'm checking all the places where the game would be, and I'm not seeing it anywhere there. And so it could be now, it could be later. We'll have to wait and see because it's giving different times. So once I get that for you, I will let you know. It is an hour. Okay, so we are confirmed. Thanks to Ote. It is starting in 1 hour. If we're wrong, Ote, we're coming for you. if you're wrong, we're blaming you. But yeah, I everything on all my clocks said they were starting here. It was 1 p.m. Then it switched to noon. So I was like, oh, I guess it's at noon. So let me just go grab some stuff, come down, getting ready, looking for previews. But yeah, the rosters haven't dropped yet. So I'm assuming it's an hour. There's just no rosters that have been dropped yet. So we're just going through the teams and their pathways, kind of how they got to where they did, and spending some time having conversations. You guys, the question I have for everyone who's stopping by, if you haven't already, touch up the like button, would be simply who do you rate? Not only in this game, but then also the South Africa Nigeria matchup. Which team do you think has the best chance to qualify for the playoff to make the World Cup? That is what I am very interested in seeing and hearing from you. Right, so 7 points for Cote d'Ivoire if they make it through. And then they face the Algerian side where I think the game is going well until they lose Udrago. And that is a killer moment for them. Because Conan scores in the 29th minute for that. They're doing well. Kite has to come in because Ikene leaves. And then once Udrago leaves, you miss that outlet for them. But more importantly, they earn a penalty. They have the most unfortunate 6 minute run in the second half. And like it's not your night when this happens. They concede, so Kiri scores off a Belkiter assist. They get a penalty 4 minutes later. So they earn a penalty. They get the penalty. They miss the penalty. In the next sequence of play, the Pharaoh sets up Old Abraham, and it's 2-1, and they're not able to come back. And so that sequence in the second half, they're up 1-0, holding up. It's tied. They go from up 1-0, and 5 minutes later, it's 2-1. And it's 2-1 having missed a penalty. And that's the tough part for them. And so they're not going to have Udrago for this game, unless I don't know, the Ivorian president knows Motsepe and tried to pull a Trump and is like, hey, she has to play. I don't think they'll do that for them, unfortunately. It'd be funny, but they won't. But Conan had a good game. Amani played well in the midfield, certainly stepped up and played well, but missing Udrago for this Ghana game is going to be very big for the Ivorians. I mean, I think that partnership that they had with Conan and then with the midfield moving, progressing the ball, it's going to be missed. I wonder who comes in. Yeah, I wonder who comes in and tries to replace them for that. We'll wait for the lineup to come through. Okay, perfect, perfect. Yeah, okay, so you're in Germany. So it's either 6 or 7 for you. I thought it was 5. I think German if my geography is right, Germany would be like, it's not. I'm not going to pretend to know my geography here. Regardless, the timing is off. It's noon now. Apparently, it was supposed to start for someone. It hasn't started for everyone. We're out here. We're wondering. We have questions. But we are waiting for it as we are either at game time or we're really an hour away from kickoff here. Let me actually go to Twitter to see if we got any lineups. Okay, yeah. So the game starts in an hour. The game starts in an hour because we just had the Black Queens drop their lineup. So, yep, the game starts in 1 hour. Ghana Black Queens lineup is out. This will be fun. Image in new tab. Thank you. Which means calf. Women's footy. Nothing yet. So Ghana's lineup is out. I'll actually just throw that onto the screen for you to take a look at. They're really gonna do. They're really can't with them. Okay, so Ghana's lineup against the Ivorians, you have Cynthia Conlon in goal, Portia Boache, Dua, and then Simon, and then Josephine Bonsu. That is your back four. Asantewa and Kwajo out in the middle with Princess, Malfo, and then Chantal Boy Horkla, and then Yamache coming in with Doris Bois Dubois. I I will ask this earnest question here. Does Ghana not? Do we not have any other options at up at 9? Because yes, Doris had a goal that was wiped off because it was offsides. But outside of that, that was a zero game. There was no, and you've played her in every game. I hope this is the game that she proves me wrong and is able to score because I hope this is the game that she finds her finishing boots. That is what I will say. I hope Doris, you find your finishing boots today because if they go out, they fall here, and you go 1 goal versus Cape Verde and then nothing else. What level of Jordan Ayew nonsense are we about to talk here? But so this is Ghana's lineup here, and I'm going to continue to refresh the lineup here. So nothing on the Ivorian side yet, but Ghana's lineup is on the screen here as it sits. And to recap, everyone, for anyone who may have just jumped in or wondering what is at stake is very simple. It's a spot in the play-in FIFA Women's World Cup tournament playoff. And so the losers of the quarterfinal matchups, when you got to the quarterfinals, you gave yourself 2 routes to get to the World Cup, on top of, winning the third prettiest trophy in the world. Because to me, it's the World Cup, the men's AFCON, and then the women's AFCON. I would argue the women's AFCON is a prettier trophy than the men's AFCON trophy. But getting to the quarterfinals, you have 2 routes to the World Cup. A, win the quarterfinals matchup, or B, go through the play-in and the playoffs. So the winners, semifinals, direct routes. CAF has 4 automatic berths that go to the World Cup. So your semifinalists are headed to the World Cup. So first time World Cup for Malawi and Algeria, and repeat trip for Morocco and Cameroon. So CAF, those are your 4 female representatives at Brazil's World Cup next summer. Pack your bags, your sunscreen, favelas to beaches. You'll have a good time. The losers, they go to the playing matchups, and so they bracket them in as the brackets are the sides you're on. So the loser of Morocco, South Africa played the loser of Cameroon, Nigeria. So now we have probably the 2 titans of the last decade of women's football in Africa facing each other for a chance to make the World Cup. And that's the second game today. So South Africa versus Nigeria is the second matchup today. One team who just recently won the women's AFCON, because Nigeria won it last year, and then the 2022 edition, it was won by South Africa. So Nigeria last year, then 2022 South Africa. One of those two sides, the two most recent winners, one will not be at the World Cup, or one won't have a chance to make the World Cup. And then in the first matchup, which is the game we're covering today, it's the Ivorians versus Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire versus Ghana in that matchup. Winner of that sucks. And looking back at it, if you told someone that their pathway to the WAFCON final was if you were Ghana or the Ivorians, say you just have to beat Algeria or Malawi and then win the winner of that game in the semifinals and go to the finals, I'd say, oh, they have a chance to make history. And so all credit to Malawi, all credit for Algeria for turning the game around. But my, what a lost opportunity, a missed opportunity for both Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Because you didn't have to go through Morocco, you didn't have to go through South Africa, you didn't have to go through even Nigeria. But what a golden opportunity that could have been for one of those two countries. But that's why you play the games and you don't make predictions based off of anything else but how they are playing. And so the pathways are very simple. Winner of that goes into the IC playoff. And as a reminder to you, who is in the IC playoff currently? Well, allow me to let you know. Currently, there's 2 slots available, and then once you get to those 2 slots, they get put into 3 pathways. And so the teams that are qualified already, because Asia already had their qualification tournament, and the teams that are coming through are Uzbekistan and Chinese Taipei. For CONMEBOL, they did Nations League. It was their 3rd and 4th place sides. So Venezuela as well as Ecuador moving through. For the winner, the runner-up of Oceanic, so the team that fell to New Zealand, which is Papua New Guinea, and then the lowest ranked team coming from UEFA. We won't have an idea of who that is until probably the November-December window, because they're doing their first round for those pathways in the October window. And then November, December is when we'll find out who that lowest ranked team is. And then those teams will be put into 3 pathways, as you can see, pathway A, B, and C. The highest ranked teams are going to be given buys based off of where they are. And then from there, they're going to progress forward and find themselves in an opportunity to work out some things. So what is going to come through is you get through there, and then you'll have an opportunity to pass through based off of the team you have to play. They'll play each other in the matches that you're seeing, and then in the final phase, they'll just have those seeded teams, and then there'll be one game to go through 3 teams overall, and that will be the pathway moving forward for those sides. So that's what is at stake in the games today. And so for Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, it's one other alternative route to make it to the World Cup. When it comes to South Africa and Nigeria, it's one potential pathway, but one side may not make it. And right now we are looking and we're seeing, and these are alphabetical. So really looking forward to this being actually a lineup. So it looks like we have the lineup here for Cote d'Ivoire, but not in a set place and not ordered. So this will be a little bit tough. But the lineup is Lamphir in goal with Amani with the armband. So she'll be in the middle with Dagba, Diakite, Elo, Fafana, Jebi, Conan. We know that name. Kouassi, Seri, and then Yapo. That is the starting 11 for Cote d'Ivoire. And this game will get going in about 50 minutes or so. So if you haven't already, I usually only ask this once, and this will be my one-time ask. If you haven't already, and you like this channel, we do primarily Canadian and African content on this channel. And so if you like it, you can hit subscribe. Either follow one side where we're streaming on Twitch, or coming to here on YouTube. That's subscribe here. I have no idea what our subscriber number. We were like 1532 before starting this with AFCON. We were at 14, so we've jumped up by about 100 or so subscribers, and we thank everyone for that. I mean, I had the goals at the beginning of this year to hit a number that was about 5,000. If we get there, we do. If we don't, I will live. Regardless, we're at 1535, so that's cool. Let's get to like 1540 at minimum, running from there. So if you like this type of content, make sure you turn on. We will have a variety of content in the once this tournament is done. We were also covering the CONCACAF U20 qualification men's tournament, so that was also their everything tournament. You could have qualified for Pan Am Games there. You could have qualified for the Olympics and the men's under 20 World Cup. So those were the options that were there. But again, if you like this type of content, I'm not going to ask you more than once. This is the only time I'm going to ask. Just subscribe. But I will ask you to like, so to help the visibility. We will be doing what we always do, which is having a commentary here and just vibing out. If you guys got questions, you want to make commentary, support someone, not support anyone, that's fine. In the comments, will be there. And if I find a place where you can watch it, is again, I'd love for you to stay here with me. But if you don't, that's no problem. I will give you any links that I have that are showing the game because it's always good to give people the things that they need to enjoy these games. So this is the lineup again for both sides. I'm seeing if I can get a proper visual for it as it moves. But the game is set to get going in about a little under 40 minutes, as I've done way, way, way more pre-game than I anticipated. And that's okay. That is okay. And so, lineups here. Yep, there it is. So this is just numbers in order. So Conlon sitting there. So I'll give you another shot. This is the starting 11 for Cote d'Ivoire as you're here. So again, win and you go to the playoff for the World Cup, lose and you're going home. And the next thing you have to look forward to in CAF on the women's side is Olympic qualifiers. That starts in the October window. So that's the next thing coming up on that side. And so that is what is at stake as we count down the minutes and look forward to the opportunities. Or do we not? This is what it comes down to. But this is the Ivorian spot. And then later today, there's going to be, I think, the game that everyone's anticipating, Nigeria versus South Africa. The battle of two teams who were certainly disappointed. If you told me Nigeria and South Africa were playing in this tournament, I would assume maybe semifinals, maybe finals again, maybe depending on the pathway. I would have never thought that Nigeria and South Africa would face each other for a play-in berth. But I will say, with them being in a play-in berth, we do run the possibility that an African side may just have to play one team to make the World Cup. Right, similar to what we saw with the men's this year, where DR Congo just had to defeat Jamaica in one game. That could be a possibility, but the routes could be very interesting. So we're not going to have two African teams in the same pathway. Similarly, that you're not going to have two teams from the same confederation, the same pathway. But I think of the teams that are there outside of maybe a European side, a UEFA side, because Uzbekistan aren't that highly ranked. If I go to FIFA rankings, we could have an African side. It really would come down to, on a women's rankings, it would really come down to if there's any upsets in, say, the CONCACAF's run and or UEFA's run. Because UEFA teams would rank higher, but CAF sides, right? Nigeria is ranked 36th currently in FIFA ranking, whereas South Africa are ranked 57th. Interesting enough, Ghana are ranked 60th and Morocco are 64th. Ghana lost to who? What is Malawi? Yeah, Malawi is a congratulations, Malawi. You 153 and they're going up. They are headed up moving on up in Cameroon. Well, show you guys this visual here. Cameroon are ranked 71st. So Cameroon are certainly jumping. Zambia are going to fall a bit, but Ghana being ranked higher than them based off the teams they've played, hey, you do what you got to do in that situation. But in this type of situation versus, say, because 57 or 36, because you could have someone basically arranged anywhere from 36 to 72. From a ranking standpoint, you want Nigeria and Ghana to go through because they have a better chance of getting a bye. Chinese Taipei are above them, and so the Asian teams are above both, are above the second spot. So Chinese Taipei and or Uzbekistan in a pathway would be higher than the Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire winner. Now, let's see Common Bowl. Venezuela as well. So yeah, for one of one of Nigeria, South Africa should be a team with a direct pathway. Should be. All that to say, win your games, ladies. Just win your games. That's the only thing that's up to it. Win the game. Yeah, that's all that matters. As we are about 40 minutes and counting away from it. And so with the lineups, I want to see a more visual representation before I go into players I'm looking to have big games. But for me, the midfield, the midfield for Ghana. They're going to try to get the ball out wide. And maybe for the fifth time I've said this in this tournament, maybe this is the game where Chantal Boy Horkla is able to give us something playing. I think the combination of you had your boy who was playing uh, as your left back or your right back over Deborah Simone. So if Simone can have a good game, she was good in her first game. I think the handball was an unfortunate. Just hand was out of the ball. It was a pen. Can't do much about that. But it's not for lack of trying. The wide spaces will be very interesting to see. Where they're going Nyimache and then Princess Mafo. So those two players, 7 and 14 for Ghana, they're gonna have to create. And hopefully they can create on more than just going one pathway. I think that was the one problem against Malawi. Everything was going to Alice Kusi's side. And so for them, if they kept on pressing towards that side, that's where it became very predictable. And the player was winning chances, but then crossing the ball in, final third decision making wasn't very there. And so for Ghana, I think if they can get the ball through the middle, that can really create. But then you have two players. I hope, based off of who's there, you're just playing Chantel in more of a 10 role. And then you have Doris sitting in more of a 9 role based off of the players that are there. And then you're hoping that maybe this is the time, maybe this time it works. That's what you're hoping for if you're Ghana. But that's what we wait and see. That's what we wait and look for. But as we hear about 40 minutes away from the kickoff, that is where we are. And to finish off some thoughts, it's just very interesting to me. It's a very interesting. It's been a very interesting tournament overall. Not that it was bad, but it's been a very interesting tournament just to see players and teams given those opportunities. I think that's the thing that I've liked about this WAFCON. And again, this is why I say again, moving to 16 teams wasn't the wrong choice. Now, how they decided to get to it, I will always say it was the wrong decision. But they got to 16 teams. And I think that's what I liked about it. You got to see your Malawis, your it was a great debut year, right? If you look at the teams that got there who qualified for this for the first time or got there in their second year, right? Yeah, Cape Verde, Malawi in their first run got there. Kenya made it back. And yes, Kenya left, but they weren't. I mean, their last game certainly isn't going to leave high marks of praise, but they certainly left good impressions in their games. You have an Algerian side who hadn't been back in a while, but finally make the quarterfinals, and they make the semifinals. A Tanzania side on their third time there, who last time could have made it through, but then fall through. It's been a good tournament just to see a little bit more of the depth. And I think 16 is a good place to sit at for a bit. My one gripe with world football right now is we get to a number and I'm like, okay, I think this is a number. And then 2 seconds later, let's expand again. I'm like, no, 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 no. We had a good thing. 16. I think it's a good number for this. I think if you're going to expand it, you have to go to 24. And do they have 24 solids teams on the women's side? That will be the question that they'll have to answer. That will be the question that they will have to answer because in qualification, clear cap. I wonder the two things, right? I know that's a this is the conversation I want to have for the final, but I'm going to have this conversation here. Like with a Malawi getting through, I wonder how many women calf teams look at Malawi and say, we can recreate that. We have a few players that we can come and we can build something around them. And then from there, just get us to the stage. And then from there, we can go. Right. That's what I wonder. So it was Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal. Cool. Mali lost to Cape Verde. All right. A Benin who played defensively well against a Nigeria side, which maybe, again, like we said, that was a warning shot. Maybe it's them. A Gambia side who were right at the edge are like, well, maybe. Togo were there. You saw Algeria got past Cameroon 3-1. You know, every Algerian's could be mad that's Cameroon made the finals. They won their games. They won their group. They won their games. It's okay. Just let it go. A DR Congo side who pushed South Africa 2-1. Again, maybe they were warning sign. How far is Angola away? Right? The more you expand, the more you're going to find players looking for opportunities. And the more you have players looking for opportunities, not both domestically, but also uh, internationally, dual nationals, they're going to look for those opportunities. Is your house in order enough to start to take on guests? Is that back room that you've ignored for the last little bit? Can you finally take in a renter there? I think that's a lot what a lot of African sides are going to have to ask and answer for themselves because if Malawi proves anything, it proves that hey, actually invest, give them the opportunity, and look what they've done. First try, they're doing a bunch of firsts. They're going to finish the highest they've ever finished. They could conceivably win this tournament off the back of two sisters and vibes. And this was a side that 4 years ago, when they tried to qualify, they played Zambia in the first round. The Chewinga sisters aren't like they aren't these like, and that's the thing. They aren't these new players that are beckoning there. They've been here. It's just that the federation hasn't always been set up to properly support those teams. That infrastructure hasn't always been there. So I wonder now what happens. I really wonder if a team looks and says, actually, maybe we can do this. Maybe we can be them. And maybe it's not, hey, we can be Malawi, because let's not pretend like you grow a Temwa and a Tabitha on a tree. And then I got plenty of Chewinga sister trees back there. But maybe it's a Cameroon and saying, yeah, we do have teams. We do have players we can put together. Maybe it's a Ghana finally, putting things together, getting a coach, investing in your coaching staff and going from there. Maybe it's pick your side. I think there's a lot of stories in this tournament that will say, hey, I wonder if we actually, I'll say the thing, if we actually took this seriously, if how far we could push this not only on a domestic level, but on the world stage. I wonder how many teams will look and try to do that. But as we said, moments away here, a few moments coming. We're about 30 minutes away before anthems get going. There is no score. The game hasn't started yet, Satchel. There were some miscommunications with time. The game, for some people, was supposed to start 26 minutes ago, but the game is actually starting in 34, 33 minutes and counting. So we're just been here for an extra hour, which has been fine, and just chopping up with folks. So no score yet. Technically, the score is 0-0 because it hasn't started yet. At this point, no one's going to the IC playoff. Someone has to win. And that's the thing. Someone has to win this game. So if it doesn't go, I believe we go 90, then another 30, and then penalties. Is where we are going to go. So that is what is at stake. Gonna block Queens. 0. And then Ivorians going from there. But if you guys are stopping in or whatever you've watched from this, what have your impressions been? Right? I know I can talk for 4 hours straight. I've done it, but I don't want to. I want to hear from you guys. Who are you rooting for? What has surprised you with this WAFCON so far? Give me your thoughts, but more importantly, the question I always ask: who has surprised you? Who has disappointed you? Who has surprised you so far? Who has disappointed you? Because I think for me, simple surprise, Malawi. They were such an unknown variable that they could have finished anywhere from topping their group to finishing at the bottom of their group because I didn't know what to expect from them. I did think though that group was going to be a lot of chances. That group felt like it would be a group where you would have chances up and down on the pitch, right? Because if you look at all the teams in this group, you have Malawi, Nigeria, Zambia, and then Egypt. That felt like a two players and vibes. The only team that didn't feel like it fit the mold of up and down chaos was going to be Egypt. Egypt was going to sit back and reduce goals. And so for Malawi to top the group in the most redo the rules type of a way, they were the highest variance side. And so they could have finished last and or they could be playing for the final, which they are. And the team that disappointed me, ooh, that's a very good question. Who disappointed me? Because coming into it, I there was enough rumblings about would Nigeria or South Africa be ready. Right, we did a preview on this channel here on YouTube with Ghana and Niger Ballers, and his thought was, look, Nigeria expected to finish there, but if not them, he was picking Ghana to go to all the way, and so this is why there's a tinge of disappointment in my throat, in my soul when I talk about Ghana right now, because they had the opportunity to go through, but listen, Ote, I know this. I got this wrong the first time because I was like, I think Zambia or Nigeria are out, but they're like, no. Yeah, this whole goal aggregate thing, calf. Like, I know math. They made me feel like a parent trying to teach new algebra to their child, and their child is teaching me. I'm like, no. I know math. I know how this works. You carry the two, and Pedmas is real. But no, in this situation, yeah. So for Group C, because you had three teams groups tied on 6 points, it was the points and the goals scored um, amongst those three teams. So because of that, it eliminated the 6 goals that Zambia scored against um, Egypt. Nigeria's 6 goals against Egypt were eliminated, so they were at 3, but then Zambia were at 2 goals, and then Malawi only has had the 3-2 win over Nigeria, which really did it well. And so because of that, Malawi had the goal scored and they went up. Malawi were going to go through regardless, but it was going to be Nigeria or Zambia, and one of those two. And ultimately it was Zambia, which imagine telling that a team with a +6 goal differential would be watching the rest of the tournament like the rest of us, figuring out which YouTube channel it was going to work on. But that certainly is. But I do like your point here on Algeria surprising you. I think that's a fair shout, especially for a side that you didn't know what you were going to get from them. You had Algeria in that first group, and I thought maybe Senegal could get past them because we saw Algeria in last year's edition make the quarterfinals, and then they ultimately lost to Ghana in the quarterfinals in penalties. Um, and so that to me, Algeria getting through, I think you see the seeds of what they could do because they can move the ball. And that's the thing. The fact that they can pass the ball means they're always going to be in game because they can always build up and they can move it. They just faced, unfortunately, a Malawi side that, quite frankly, if Malawi had finished their chances, and you could say that for both sides, but in the first half, Malawi should have been up by like 3-0, 4-0. When you got to the second half, they should have, Algeria should have scored two. The game should have been tied by the 50th minute against Malawi. Algeria were missing chances. And so it is just remarkable that Algeria, you see the foundation of what they're trying to build with how they're moving the ball, how they're passing, like because they and that's a whole conversation with Malawi in the finals. I think this could be a very interesting finals just because Malawi might face a team with a midfield finally that'll actually provide because you can move the ball against Malawi. Malawi aren't going to like I think they're a great story. Don't get me wrong. But Algeria were like one pass, and then they're already 5 versus 4. One pass. The goalie is starting the ball, is building up, gets the ball into the middle. The Pharaoh turns around, and she's already 5-on-4. And you're like, where's the where's the midfield? What are we doing? And so I think that will be very interesting versus the Cameroon side, who will try to make the game physical, but those sisters, that is if you're even, you're leaving type of speed. Satchel Angel Media, I see you here. Remember, I told you that Kim Lars is not playing anything progressive to win a game. He doesn't know the attackers to use. He almost used 10 different attackers within 4 games rotating. Look, I saw that stat. I think that stat is a little bit skewed because realistically, he's used 10 different attackers, but like he just used Kim against Malawi in the last like 5 minutes of the game. Are we really going to count that? I think there's a conversation in terms of he doesn't know what else to do at the attacking spots, right? Like he's making the same mistake to play Kusi and a little, and then play Marfo a little bit, but they can't score a goal. The 10 players, so I'm going back to this. The 10 players in the 10 attackers that he's played, I think is a little bit of a skewed stat because I'll go to it and I'll show you why I think it's a skewed stat. And let me just I'm at 52 tabs open. It's a good life I'm living. They're not wrong, but I think there's a bigger conversation that we're missing with not knowing which attackers to use. And so let me get to that screen here. Ghana, Malawi. Right? He's used Kim for Doris in that game. And then Simon came in and then you brought in Adubea. She's played more. The Kim, it's really more eight real for considerable amounts of time because Kim, she gave Kim 20 minutes and then plus time. And so I get that in that space. And so I think the bigger conversation is they've not got production from their nines. And it's not that they don't know who to play. Consistently Doris is starting. Yeah, again, I think though to that point I said this earlier, I think the problem that comes here was since since the Malawian goalkeeper, since the goal she conceded against Barbara Banda, where she tries to catch the ball and it slips through or whatever, pops up and goes behind her, every team is trying to beat her up high. And she's caught everything. That's not, you don't try to beat a goalie like that high. You beat that goalie low. And that to me is where I think teams made a mistake. Yes, I the goalkeeper, there's a lot in on Malawi that you look at and say, yeah, you should be able to win that. But I think the thing that teams got wrong, even Algeria got it wrong. They just kept on trying to go high versus that goalkeeper, and I'm like, no, roll it. Actually, roll it with pace. You can roll the ball into the net multiple times, but everyone just kept on trying to go high against her, and all she was doing is shuffle, shuffle, catch, and now she's catching everything. And it's not like she's making teach. He must teach them how to score goals. He could teach them, but he's setting up the team. There's a degree with setting up your team where there's only at what point does the coach can't go there and point the players towards where to finish, right? At some point, the players have to finish, right? And that's where my conversation goes with. I've had more. You can say they've used 10 players. I think it's really more nine because Kim didn't come until this game. So now we're going to use her because the 20 minutes that she played against Malawi, whereas the other games, like you got a half with Samson. You got Abudea, like other players got more time. The issue is the players that they're consistently relying on haven't been there. Chantel finally gets a goal against Malawi. But I don't think Chantel has been good this tournament. Doris, other than her flick on, it's been a lot of. I've seen Doris in front of the net, unfortunately, with more chances where we've had scrambles where no one's been able to put the ball away. Right? Those two players are the players that right now are immovable in the lineup. We've seen Princess leave. We've seen Evelyn Badu come in and then eventually get this line. We've seen Alice Kusi come in or for the most part and then start. The wingers in creating haven't been the problem. Is once you get the ball into dangerous spots, nothing is finishing. And yes, Doris has probably been a little bit more snake bitten than others. She's hit the crossbar. Other goals that she's scored are off on offsides. But in totality, this is a team that is struggling to score, yet there's two consistent things up top. Right? And that to me is the thing. He's supposed to sit Doris and start Kim. That to me, I don't know why we're look. Apparently, Evelyn Badu and Alice Kusi are tired. Really, but Doris and Chantal aren't. And look, I think to themselves they would say they haven't had the best tournament, unfortunately. Right? They each have one goal. Ghana hasn't scored more than one goal by themselves in any game they've played. Own goal against Capo Verde, cool. And then some offsides goals, all right. Against Cameroon, no goal scored, offsides goal, gone. Against Mali, one goal. Against Malawi, one goal. If you're struggling, if you're getting to one and wasting the other chances, yes, I agree. You need more should have been switched around. That's where I feel more should have been changed because those were the opportunities that were sitting for them. And I think it's not the 9 players or the 10 players. To me, it's the 2 attacking players that are always, and that to me has always been more. She's a playmaker, yes, but not if she's drifting out wide. Like that's to me, you know, since we're here, we might as well. Good old tactical board, right? The problem for me is when you have it here and then Josephine Bonsu is coming with the ball. Cool. Put the ball here. And she's coming in into the attacking space. And I've seen it multiple times where Bonsu has the ball. She's coming into it. And Horkla, instead of, look, move inside, so you have Doris, you have that option she can create, but then she's moving outside. She's not gonna Chantel isn't gonna create anything out wide trying to beat a player for pace. That's not her game. Her game is more central. But the problem is if you have a player like Evelyn Badu, who is really more of a tweener, right? She's a bit of a creator, but she's really more of a wing forward than anything. She's always gonna drift from the inside to the outside, back to the inside. She helps in the midfield, when the ball's in the midfield, she helps win it there. Second ball, she wins. And then from there, then your fullbacks can come forward, whether it was Yabo or Simon, or you have Kusi, who you get the ball out wide. They were doing a lot of that. But ultimately, my problem with how they're set up is you've tried Doors for 4 straight games, and we have 1 goal to show for it. There's got to be another option, right? There has to be another option. Secondly, you're not putting Badu there in the game, right? So now I hope in this game you're just playing more of a 4-4-2, but it's really more of a 4-4-1-1, where I know it's not Badu or Bonsu, but it's you have Princess on one side, then Yimachet on the other side. And then as you're advancing, you have your supporting midfielders coming through. Doris is your hold up. You're trying to get the ball to Chantel, who's creating. And as the defense starts to collapse a bit, right, your 9 more up front. Then your other, I know that's not Kusi there, but Princess and Yamache, I think those 2 players out wide, that's where they have to be dangerous, getting into the wide spaces, maybe cutting for half turns, half spaces coming through. You know you're always going to have your fullbacks wanting to come in. I think this could be a good game for Simone and Josephine Bonsu, but I'd like to try something else up top, personally. That's I would have rather seen that. That I agree with, right? I would have rather you put Chantal as your 9 there, because then you can have her again. I'm going to make this comparison. I'm not saying that this is the player, but she can play in this type of a style. Then she can play more of a Harry Kane style, right? If Chantal can play more of a Harry Kane style, and then she's the 9, but then she can also be the creative force. But then that means you need production from your wingers. You need your wingers to be able to cut inside and be your wing forwards at times. I think with Princess, you can get that. My chick, I think she can give you a little bit of that as well. But yeah, so that I would much rather have. So if you have her as the 9, put another midfielder there. You have Chantel there who will cut back into this middle space. She can have the ball. Then your wingers. Now you're looking for either through balls through here for space and late arrivals, and then she can make a late dash. You can either have an overlapping run here, and then your wingers can cut a little bit more inside, which can be very interesting. And then Asantewa, and then Kwadjo, who I think consistently have been good this tournament. And then either Dua and Portia Boache. Portia can pick her spots where she wants to go. But you set up like this, another midfielder, I would have much rather they try that. I'll agree with you that I don't disagree with. I think I would much rather you have something like that, because then I think that gives you better creativity in the middle, and more players means you have to back off. And then for Chantal, then if you get her more into that type of a space, then with the pressure that you put with the players pushing players back, then you're opening the space up for Chantal that now she can let those long range shots go. And then maybe that's where you test the keeper that way. hmm The African soccer is more physical. You could see Bonsu don't have the quick turning. No, she doesn't have the quick turning. But the thing that I've liked with her is when she's moving, her replacement after she passes the ball, it's not standstill, right? And I think that's something that they've missed. But I think the difficulty is when she's coming in, especially when Chantal starts to drift out wide. If your fullback's coming in, you got to give her the runway. They get to the byline and send in the cross. I'd rather have Chantel being a player drifting to the middle, looking for a cross to be open there, versus say her sitting back and trying to get to the wide space. Right? I would much rather have Chantel in this space than for what was happening versus Malawi, where they were coming with the ball here. So Chantel would have the ball here, and then Evelyn was wherever Evelyn was. We'll just put it here for now. But then she would start to move outside, and then you would have Evelyn Bonsu. She's like, I want to go out wide, but you're taking that wide space. You're bringing the attacker there. So now I have to go more centrally. But then we don't have that option. And then Doris isn't necessarily there for the pass. Once the turnover happened, now again, not everyone's going to have two Chewinga sisters. But once the ball got placed there, it was literally okay. Temwa, ball, space, done. And then it's just who do we pass to? Or Simwaka was on the other side coming in. It's like, okay, I am an option. Or Tabitha was there. So they can have that against Conan with the Ivorians, and I think that could be a little bit of a problem for them. But I would like to see if it's going to be Doris, she's got to be better at the hold up and turning. And if they're going to play those players again, not the same wingers, I would much rather it be Chantal playing in that second striker role to move through. Simon passes always passes to the opponent. I don't find I haven't hated how Simon has played. I think the touch versus the penalty that she gives up. Look, she's defending. Sometimes the arms will flail. It's natural that you're not always going to jump the ball. I don't think her passing has been great in this game, but I think she's better progressor than Yaboa. Yaboa, I think, is a more solid defensive player, at least from my view. Again, everyone's open to their opinions here, but as we're about 12 minutes away, let me see what I got here. 12 minutes away. Let's see if we actually have some broadcast or someone who's going to show us where to be. Alrighty. So, yep, Channel 4 does have it. So, for those of you who are looking to where to find it, I will drop that link for you here. If you guys want to stay, that is totally fine. But depending on where you are, you may need a VPN. So, I'm going to drop this here for you, everyone here. So, that on YouTube where you can find it. And so, again, I mean, good conversation, Satchel. Like, I appreciate and enjoy these types of conversations, just moving the ball. But again, great points you brought up. There are things again I wish we could have different. I think for Ghana, like I said earlier, if you told them Kim Lars has a lot to work to do, passes controlling, bringing the ball into the 16-yard box. True. I would much like this is the thing where I would much rather them have a much more like they're trying to be fluid up top, but there's a drop off in pace which doesn't allow you to do that. If they're going to try to be that fluid up top, I would much rather you have again, like you said, Chantal Boy leading the line. You play Evelyn Badu behind. You have Alice Kusi on the right side. Uh, or quite frankly, try anyone. And then you have a Kim coming in the 60th minute for that. And from there, it's just I think they'd be a far more formidable transition side if they're able to do that. But I can't find where that's coming from. This is so confusing. Regardless, huh, there you are. Whew, that was confusing. There's sound coming from everywhere. But yeah, I think we'll be very interested to see how they adjust. But again, win or you go home. There's no other options for you if you are Ghana or the Ivory Coast. Ah, This is wrong, but whatever. So this is what Sakwe is giving us what the lineup is. I know this is wrong because there is no way Simone is starting up top. But they've not been wrong typically, but it's going to be probably Simone more here in the back. You'll have Bonsu down here. Boache and Dua will be there. Asantewa in the middle. Nyamache up on the wide space in the middle. And then if this is it, put Chantel and Doris up top. And then I guess we're praying that this is the game. If he doesn't play one touch versus Cote d'Ivoire, they'll make it difficult for sure. One touch could work, but again, if you're gonna say that, you're gonna say one touch is is what they should play. Are they even capable of playing it with these players? That's what we'll find out. Regardless, either side, and I said this earlier, either side winning this game, I think they both need to look to recruit proper, right? Because I can think of two players here in Canada who are Canada team hopefuls, but probably based off what the current regime is looking for, probably aren't there. And in that case, then I'd say, make the call. I can think of a 9 for Canada. I can think of a defender for Cote d'Ivoire. And so that's what I would certainly I would look at doing. But here is where we are. As we're about 8 minutes away from kickoff. And I will step this up for you to have the watch. Listen, they'll need everything. If they score 2 goals, I feel like they'll be unbeatable. But this is a team that struggles to get one. This is a team that quickly gets one, then struggles to find another one. So we'll see what happens. But we will be here. We got our lineup here, chilling and running. And now I'm going to get the score bug here, or the score tracker for it. Alrighty, so Europe Conference League, blah, 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 blah. Perfect. Let's see if actually AI gives us something different. We're about 5 minutes away. No, everyone's giving the same lineup, so we'll see how it goes, but we know how it'll look like roughly. So we'll be here. We're keeping you up to date with it. Again, I dropped the link for where you can watch it online if you want to take a look at it. But we will be here. I'll be back shortly. Just hydrate and make myself look a little bit prettier. And we'll be back with the play-by-play, keeping you guys all up to date. And we'll go from there. But Ghana versus Cote d'Ivoire. Winner goes to the IC playoff. Loser goes home. There are no third places. It's just win and you have a chance to make the World Cup, or wonder what could have been. 4 minutes left till the kickoff. We'll be back in a flash. Oh, guys, we have the bad commentator. So I will be here. I will be here. Oh, for sure she's good. I agree with you, Firewall. But give me your prediction. Oh gosh. I hear this, man. It's like it's like the interns are there. Oh, I sent you guys the wrong link. All right, let me get the correct link here. Maybe I sent you guys the wrong link, so I do apologize, guys, for that. This explains so much. All right, so the game is off here. Let me keep you all up to date. What's going on? And so right now, it looks like half is doing the thing. Are we serious? Everything is happening, and Calf is just like, we'll post the thing afterwards. Unbelievable, because already, it seems like chaos may have already come for the Black Queens as a penalty has been given to the Ivorians. No, it's better this way. I won't suffer. A penalty looks like it has been awarded, and let me find any type of coverage. Calf, you how could you be this? How could you be this ah this incompetent? This is actually beyond frustrating as the Ivorians have a penalty this early into the game. And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, 1-0 for Cote d'Ivoire. 3 minutes in, off a penalty. Ghana, this is not how you wanted to start the game. Cote d'Ivoire, 97 minutes away from qualifying for the play in. Oh, if Ghana failed to get out of this, let me tell you, heads will roll. But it is currently 1-0 for the Ivorians. Conan puts the penalty away, slots it right beneath the keeper. 1-0. And this is not how you wanted to start the game if you're Ghana. But if you're Cote d'Ivoire, this is perfect. This is perfect for you. This is this is something. It's certainly something. So this is where we currently sit, as we have many people hoping that CAF will actually show the game on their YouTube channel, but they don't believe in such things. And so as a result, 1-0 is the score. And I'm going to see if I can find you guys a place where you can all enjoy it. But right now, it does not seem to be the case. 1-0 is the score. And we are just fine. I see African Women's Game has the game going, but he's also just providing commentary. But we'll see if we can find actual game stream because at this point, it would be the most calf thing that the game that many want to watch is inaccessible due to reasons. I'm sure someone on YouTube is just streaming this and not caring. But this is just something. It's something else. This is something else, Ghana. But right now, 1-0 is the score. The Ivorians going up on an early penalty. Again, winner goes to the IC playoff. Loser thinks what could have been. And right now, the people thinking what could have been are the Ghanaians, as they are already down 1-0 after conceding a penalty in the second minutes of the game. 1-0 for them. So this is where we sit. 1-0 is the score. So here we are with Ghana in their whites versus. All right, so here they go, putting the ball deep. Doris gets to it, but can't quite get to it, and a foul given. Going down. Ghana in their all whites finally have a little bit of coverage. I don't want to. I don't want to ruin it for this channel, but we're doing what we can here. So that is the score. I'll post this here. I'm hoping this doesn't ruin it for this guy, but this man is doing some good work out there, and I hope this doesn't ruin it for you. So Cote d'Ivoire now with the ball, trying to build up, but they try to go direct to Doris. But again, Doris isn't a direct 90. I'd rather put other players there to try to do that. So here's how we sit there. 1-0 for the Ivorians, still up. As Uwasi was down for a bit, but now she's back up. So now Cote go now direct off the free kick that they've won. The ball goes into the midfield, but goes out, and a throw in coming for Ghana as they try to build up and start to respond. As Kojo with the ball, she dribbles into the middle, passes the bat to to Dua. They go long again. I'm not sure why you're still doing this. Cote d'Ivoire get the ball out wide, but one back for a throw. Here comes Doris. Unfortunately, another throwing coming for Ghana. A little bit better here for Ghana in this half. Ball headed up, chance away. Try to get to it, but they can't, and it's cleared away. But Simone wins it back, but then turned over. Good defending by Ghana as they get the ball back in. They try to go direct again to Princess Mafo. She has the ball on the left wing. Gets wide, tries to cross it, but then easily dealt with by the keeper. It's a little bit better Ghana after conceding the early penalty. But Conan winning it. Here comes Colin who moves the ball up. Simon gets it out wide. Good first touch back to Simon. And she moves the ball down to Portia. Gets it to Bonsu. Back in the middle to Asantewa. Back to Portia Boache. Boache down to Dua. Dua now progressing the ball, searching, surveying. back to Portia Boache. You see the Ivorians in their orange kits doing their best to defend and slow things down. They get the ball into the middle. Quajo with it. Tries to play it on to Asantewa. Again, Chantal with the ball now out wide. Tries to get the Princess Malfoy. She's had two players on her. Dispossessed. And now throwing coming for the Ivorians. Not the best start for Ghana, but let's see if they can turn it around here. The ball gets into the middle. Asante gets it out. Portia Boache with it. Bonsu gets it out to Princess Malfoy. She turns, gets by one, tries to put an early cross, deflected, going out for a throw in. Better attacking options here for Ghana, but again, need an equalizer. As the throw in goes in, the Doris holds it, but touch too heavy, loses the ball. The Ivorians now on the break. They go direct, but easily dealt with. A good tackle by Portia Boache. She gets the ball back into the middle. Throwing coming to the middle, one back by Ghana. They try to go direct again. Everything for Ghana is just direct. All right, and one back here by the Ivorians. Again, 1-0 for Cote d'Ivoire. A good active feed for Ghana. They try to turn the ball as we have Ivorian not driving through the middle, but the good tackle, but a free kick given. Well, yellow card coming in for them. Ghanaians are mounting undue pressure on the Black Queens. Can't do more than what we've seen so far. Black Queens need more time to improve to improve the level of Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Morocco. I think I'm fine with everything you said, except saying I think Ghana could be at on Ivory Coast level. You want to say Nigeria, Morocco, South Africa? Yeah, I think that's fine. They're not at that level, but I think they should be able to play with Cote d'Ivoire. And against early, we'll see what happens. We will see. We will see. The ball goes out, and a corner coming in for Ghana. Gets a header, but it's wide, so a goal coming for Cote d'Ivoire. So as we sit here, still 1-0 for the Ivorians. Penalty conceded in the second minute, put away by Conan, and it is 1-0 for Cote d'Ivoire. As the ball goes wide and goes into the throw in. And the Ivorians are fine right now, just giving pressure, making things a little bit difficult for the Ghanaians. They have the 1-0 lead. That's all they need. The Ivorians are sitting there, pressuring the build-up for Ghana. If Ghana can get the ball into the middle, they'd have a chance here. But unfortunately, the pressure from the Ivorians are doing a good job, especially Kawasi out wide. 1-0 still. We'll see what's able to come. Portia Boachi, and now she's covered. Here, wise Ghana, what they could do here is using Cynthia Conlon as a sweeper in this space. Good choice. The back off. They play it back to the goalkeeper. Here, Conlon now. Get the ball in the middle, but then turnover and a foul given. But still, as we can see, 1-0 is the score. Better from Ghana after that penalty, but we're going to need a little bit more build up here. Ghana have had the majority of the ball 17 minutes into this game. We're going to have to create better chances moving forward. As the cross is put in, headed away, chipped again in. Just tries to go headed again, but this was claimed by the keeper. So better again, better build up here, but better chances. And we're forcing saves. So we'll take our wins where we can, but now a goal is what is needed. And I think it's been good pressure build up since the goal was conceded in penalties. But nice recovery here by the Black Queens. But then Cote d'Ivoire are not gonna. Cote d'Ivoire are making them go direct. As Princess now gets the ball out wide, tries to turn, cuts it into the middle to Asantewa, who cuts inside, and a foul given. Another free kick coming. She nutmegs, but then gets through. So with this free kick, we'll see what they're able to do. We'll see where they place this. They could go direct, or they could try to roll it through the middle. Portia's going to go long range and tries to get it through, but can't. We got to throw it on the Ivorian. But again, much better from Ghana since conceding, but at some point, much better. We're going to need a goal. But 18 minutes in, heading to the 19th minute, we are 1-0 for the Ivorians. Les Elephants. So here we go. Ball in the middle. Try to go direct. Ghana wins the ball back. It's back in the middle. Try to go direct out. Here comes Josephine Bonsu in the middle. But we still have a player down for Ghana. The game looks like it will stop. Stops. Looks like it was stepped on or made worse. Pause in the action. And the score stops now. Much better, much better. Again, much better for the half. But again, just show you what the stats are looking like. Ghana right now, just the penalty they gave up, conceded, but 78 possession, 4 shots, two on target. Again, 40 to 50% conversion on your shots on target, making saves. I like that. I think for Ghana, you just have to continue to knock. Eventually, the goal will open, and they should be able to find themselves in it. But down 1-0 to the Ivorians. Still early in the game. They can still build their way back into this game and go from there. But 1-0, if the result stands, Cote d'Ivoire are headed towards the IC playoff. That's the Intercontinental playoff to qualify for the World Cup. Ghana, though, would like to have something to say about it. See if they're able to get through as we begin. Zoom play here as Asante has to come off for a moment. They've been very consistent with this. That 1 minute hold. Here Ghana with it. Dua now playing down to Portia Boache. Boache looking, surveying, back, gets on her left foot, sends them in the midfield. As Princess holds it up well, plays it, loses it. Does she win it back? There's lots of scuffle, but then a foul going for Ghana here. Yeah, Warriors are making sure they don't get beat early and making sure they're set up defensively. 4-4-2 shell. Now, will they go direct here? They try to send the ball diagonally. No one there, and now Ivory moving the ball in transition. The Ivorians try to put the ball into space, but one back by Simone, but one back by the Ivorians. Now they move the ball further back in. They play the ball out wide, and now the Ivorians with the ball building up. Let's see what they can do. It's This isn't live, no, because the broadcast that I'm watching, which I put up, is a little bit behind, but it's calf being calf. So I'm doing my best. Um, I'm doing my best. As Ghana goes direct here, get the ball into the middle, but then bad pass by the Ivorians. A good turn here by Santewa. Gets the ball out to Simon. Simon plays it back to Dua. Dua now looking. She goes long. First ball one. One back by Ghana in the midfield. Played it off, and now Simon plays in the middle. Bad, bad control on all sides here. And Chantal wins it, turns. Princess puts a strike on and is wide. So goal kick coming for nothing so far, man. I got someone who is loading it up somewhere else, and that's creating an issue in itself. No one has it loaded. Cap is being cap, unfortunately, John. This is what we struggle with all the time. So I got someone who's about a minute behind on YouTube, and I'm using that as our play-by-play reference. Even though the game will be a little bit ahead, but at this point, it is a little bit better than nothing. But the one thing I will say about this game, the ref is certainly calling the physicality of Cote d'Ivoire. They are everything is making sure it's there, and now they are certainly Ghana aren't playing necessarily for it though, as much as definitely gave good make sure she set herself up for that foul. I think the issue is going to be for them. Can they find more than an equalizer? Because Ghana side have only scored one goal a game. The goal with two, the second one was an own goal. So they're going to have to do something they've not done: score two goals. And I think they'll need three to be done. On the broadcast I'm watching here on YouTube, which I posted here earlier, we're at 24-15. This game, we're in 25-15, so a minute off. I am behind. I apologize everyone for that, but the best that we can do right now. As yeah, it looks like Portia Boacha picks up the yellow here, and she's not happy about it, but it's she put herself in that position, unfortunately. So a dangerous free kick coming for the Ivorians on the side of the box here, and we'll see if they're able to maybe widen their lead. Right now, we're waiting for that free kick to come in. Wait for this free kick to go. And again, sorry, I am 1 minute behind on the play-by-play. In my bad. Tries to get in the middle, but well defended. Dangerous moment after came in, but now Ghana trying to build back out. As Princess gets past one, she gets past two. Goes Doris puts into the middle. Chantel turns the ball over. And here comes the Ivorians. As she goes by one, by two, but good tackle dealt with. They can't decide who lost the ball. Ghana nearly turns it over again, but this time they get it back. And now Josephine Bonsu looking to who to go with. She puts the ball up. And now we have a throw-in coming in for Ghana. After good pressure to start the game, they are really struggling to move the ball. That free kick seems to give them some extra life for the Ivorians. So now Ghana are struggling right now to get the ball out of their half. Need a little bit better, a little better control, a little bit better everything right now because right now the Ivorians feel like they're sensing they can try to make the lead a little bit more insurmountable for the Black Queens. But we'll see what can come up here as the Ivorians now sit on the ball. And good hold to play with it as well. Switch it, get it over to the left hand side. The spacing is off. They switch the ball again. Portia tries to win it in the middle, but then can't quite get to it. And the Ivorians now turn back. Bafana turns. Conan now in the middle. She gets it into the middle. Ivorians good passing for them to get this possession going. But can't waste it here. Well, good over. Conan puts it out wide. Bafana trying to cross inside. Stuck within feet. But then cleared by Ghana, but not fully out. Now here comes Princess trying to break out. They try to go direct, but then one back by Doris, but not good enough. So a free kick coming for the Ivorians here. Ivorians with the ball building up here, and they go diagonal and direct, but they get right in between, but then dealt with by a defender. Well, with it, she turns, puts it out wide. Simone now has the right side to use if she'd like, but the Ivorians get back into their shape. The ball trickles back to Cynthia Conlon as Ghana tries to now build up. Again, the pressure from the Ivorians are making it very difficult for Ghana to go through as they're just passing along the back line. They get the ball into the middle to Kojo. Kojo turns, gets it into Santewa. Yumechi gets it up. Okay, much better from Ghana now. Can they create something here? As Doris now tries to beat a player, she tries to dip the shoulder and beat a player, but can't get past. But then good defending by the Ivorians, who are holding up, hoping for a foul or a deep throw. Simon puts it in deflected. Ghana wins it back. But a Ghana free kick now in a dangerous spot. Still 1-0, 30 minutes into this game. And Ghana had a nice start after the penalty, but now things are feel like they're easing up a little bit more. Possession will still skew heavily towards Ghana, but right now the 1-0 is all that matters. Watch it puts it in, and it's blocked. The middle now. While they get going, here comes Yumachi tried to put the cross in, but she can't put it in well, and the offside is given. It was far offsides. Free kick coming. Of course, yeah, Warriors looking to build up, but we'll see what they can create here. Big here as Simon goes down, and now the Ivorians, and they'll get the ball out wide. Simon tries to defend, but a corner now coming for also a quick turnaround. And now a free kick, a corner coming for Elephants. Let's see what they can do with this here. Up 1-0 in this game as we sit. Ooh, give me the stream. I'm willing to, and much rather use that than be a minute behind. Post, send me the link if you don't mind. As a free kick is put in, but well defended by Ghana. That's just a quick conversation between a player here and the ref. Large wondering what else can I do? Here comes the ball with the ball. They're trying to get pushed off the ball. They are, but they win it back in the corner. Try to put in a cross, deflection, and now Ghana trying to build up in transition back here from Chantal looking. She goes direct to Doris. Doris doesn't have the pace, but a good turn in defense. And one back, and now the Ivorians, they actually knock it back. They set, but then now a bad pass and a throwing coming for it. Appreciate it. In a jiffy is an underrated comment, sir. Appreciate it. Here comes Ghana now looking. They get the ball back in the middle to Asante, but then she loses it. And in the turn, here comes the Ivorian. They get the ball to the middle, and they go direct in the middle. Held up by Conlon. Nice turn. Try to send in the cross. Easily dealt with by Cynthia Conlon. They roll out and they go. A nice, a nice tip over, push over, pass Josephine Bonsu, but then dealt with. Ghana right now cannot deal with the pressure. They've not been consistently breaking down this press. They've been going long, which is what they're inviting them to do. But if they go diagonal a bit, they have some chances. The problem is once they get the ball into the middle, Their only option is to go long. And as a result, it's easily defended by the Ivorians. And as a result, one back in the midfield, turns, tries to play the ball. Could this be a promising shot? Tries to cross the ball over, but it'll be a poor cross. Just unable to get to it. Player dives through, and now a free kick coming for Ghana. But the offside shit was too early, so the chance at a free kick is thwarted because offsides call is gone. So again, better ideas, just have to now time them. But a much better half. Unfortunately, the score is what matters, and 1-0 Warriors coming here. Fafana puts the ball in, tries to go short side, but can't get it through. So we'll see what can come of this as Ghana now begins. Here we go. Go back to Josephine there. More build. Ooh, nice dangerous free kick coming. Let's see what they can create. So a free kick coming for Ghana. A nice spot. Let's see what they can do with it. About they're gonna go short side on the wall the Ivorians will. So this will be very interesting to see where they want to go. And watch it over it. Who puts it on? Who puts it? She tries to go short side, deflected, and they try to go short corner, but gets a touch, but an offside call. Another offsides call off free kick. And this has been the story. Ghana, it's they're getting the ball, but they're offsides always. And so now I'm just thinking, get to half, down one, and regroup. If you're Ghana, if you're the Ivorians, maybe take one more chance to see if you can create a goal. So foul given on the restart there. So Ivorians now with the free kick. As they go up, Simon puts it back in the air, and Yamachi turns. Princess switching sides. That's true. She goes direct and long and easily dealt with by the keeper. Again, if you got it would be great if you had the better options than go long. But it seems like that's the strategy. Go long. Chantal wins the ball back for Ghana. And Boy Horkler looking, plays the ball out wide to Dua, who gets it to Simo. Simo in the middle. Physicality there in the middle, and the foul given. Like, the physicality, Ghana is not handling it well. But also, for as much possession that they've had, yes, they've created a few chances. The one worry is that things start to drift back. The first 20 minutes, they had two shots on target. 40 minutes later, they still only have two shots on target. It is a bit of a problem. And their passing numbers are very much inflated by the fact that it's a lot of passing in between the center backs. So they're probably equally poor passing here. And everything is going long. There's no option but pass. Everything is going long and hoping for a second ball, but there's no one there to win a second ball. And so that's where it gets a little bit more, not necessarily difficult, but it's more frustrating because everything is long. And if they play the ball in through the middle, instead of just going win it, get to the middle, hope that one player, it's currently if Doris down. Hey, this is a player who you've played every minute basically in the tournament minus the 20 minutes versus Malawi. So it's either cramping or overuse. Maybe time to try something here, not because you want to, but because you have to now. And so we'll wait and see as Dorsey intended to. But no, I didn't see it. I haven't seen it for whatever reason. No, I didn't see it at all. That's why I guess I'm still wondering. Maybe maybe I have something on that's blocking it, but still 1-0. If you have my Twitter or my Instagram, send it to me there. Actually, yeah, we're gonna do that. Ah, it took so long. So 4 minutes of additional time. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, Cote d'Ivoire coming on a break and good defending, but that looks like Doris can't go any longer. And so now Ghana hopes less with Evelyn Badu up top, which means Ghana may now have to switch. I think you either put Chantel up at the 10. And again, we talked about this in the pregame. This may be what they want to do, but we will show it to you in a minute here. But Doris cannot continue. And so as a result, Evelyn Badu comes in. Chantel Borgla is there. We'll change this to all right, 14. They try to go long and direct, but foul given now, and time taken away this first half. Again, we got to just get to half at 1-0, regroup, stop trying to go long. I think this is where you could really start. They got forced into this. So I guess we're waiting for a red card then. This is all I have left. Yes, we're waiting for a red card. This is true. Yeah, that's a very fair point. I've worked. Every coach does that to you. So gotta have to play a little bit, a little bit. We'll have to figure out a new strategy to go through. Like we'll talk about this in halftime, especially now. Two stories of this half are the penalty that Ghana concedes, and then Doris is now out. Everybody replacing her. Getting my board ready. It may not be the worst thing for them. It may allow them to be a little bit more fluid, but now it's got to get to halftime, regroup. Tell us far too wide. As they build up on the right side, right in the middle. Good turn now. Played out by Josephine Bontu. Heavy touch looking, but reassessing. And halftime is on us. As we said before, but as you can see on the stats on the wall, possession has evened out to about 60-40, one corner kick each. Not much in terms of opportunities coming through. The penalties, the difference early in the half, which the penalty of awareness, you can't give up something like that. Lock in from the start of the game, but also now for Ghana, no Doris Bodua for the rest of the game. Still nothing. Yes, there's still nothing. Yes, Ghana's style is a conversation, but there's also a conversation in terms of if that's what they're going to do, it can't be static. You need a little bit more movement to at least draw players out of spaces, and I think that's where the difficulty for me and the frustration is. you can go long because the team is making you go long. Don't get me wrong, but you have to move players around to create a little bit more chaos. And I think they might be able to do this now with Evelyn Badu on the pitch. But again, this might be asking a lot from this side, but we'll wait and see. But the stats of this half, again, 0.83, that's the penalty going through. That's their only shot on target for that ball possession. At one point, it was 80-20. It's narrowed back in to 67-33. It's about 70-30, but drifting towards maybe 60-40. 7 shots for Ghana versus 3 for Cote d'Ivoire. 2 on target versus one big chance. The penalty is there. The passing, I still think I will say I think Ghana's passing numbers are a bit inflated because a lot of it is getting the ball is between center backs, the goalies, the center backs. They get the ball into the midfield and it's a direct free kick. I'm sorry, not free kick. It's a direct long ball that goes through. 2 yellows for Cote d'Ivoire versus the one Portia watching gets that one. We'll go through the rest. In terms of shots on targets, I think Ghana are better when they get the ball on target. That's looked better for them. 1 shot outside the box, 6 shots inside the box. You'd like that for both sides. They're getting deep and taking their chances there. That's what I'd like to see. Passing wise, long passes again. Ghana a little bit better on it. 10-22 versus 4-18 certainly does it. Final third passing. This is where I think Ghana is struggling here. 47% versus 58% on about 7 more chances. Crosses 1 out of 6 versus 2-7. Again, Cote d'Ivoire may not have much of the ball, but they are much more efficient with it. And we see them play this type of game. And so I think for Ghana, it's you have to be patient with your build up and take your chances when they are there. But we'll get to that. Duels won about 28-24, clearances 9-4, interceptions 8-3, 2 saves by the goalkeeper, XG face, goals prevented. The penalty does that, and the likes. In terms of player ratings, right now, you have Nimachev, who has, I think, been the best, most lively Ghanaian on the attack, but offsides truly have betrayed her. And the chances that Ghana have created off of that. Portia watching with the 1 yellow. Then you have Jebi and then Amani with the yellows for Cote d'Ivoire. Doris is out. That's the second big thing of this game. Chantal, Boy Horkla. Look, she's no longer in this game. I'm sorry, Doris is no longer in this game. And so she's sitting in the outside of a midfield trio. That's not where she's most effective. I get that you want those two in the middle, but you have to play that more of a 4-2-3-1. And with that case, that makes much more sense because now you have Evelyn Badu there. And then you just had Princess and Yumecha just swap spaces in the first half to try to create a little bit better for themselves. And I think that could work. Now you add in Evelyn Badu. I think you can give yourself some opportunities, right? Because right now they're set up more so like this. And I'll pull out the tactical board here for you just to take a look at what that looks like. And just get here. So they're in a 4-1-4-1. Perfect, perfect. So not the same players, but more of not the same players, of course, but then more of this in terms of players' movements is what you have. And so with a 4-1-4-1, it looks more so like this, right? And so, yes, you have Nima Chia out there, Princess there. Right now, you have it set up as if you have Asantewa and Quadro in the middle, moving. And with Boy Horkla here, that's a bit of a problem. You need her more centrally, right? And so this is where I would much rather have him do that than play more of a 4-2-3-1. And now with Evelyn Badu in the middle, where the difficulty I think for the sides is going to come for Ghana is, look, Cote d'Ivoire are certainly making things tight. They're pressing, like Firewall said, up until the red card versus Algeria, they didn't have much options in terms of passing. If you move Chantal more central, I think you give yourself an option to turn. But instead of going long, what they should look to do is because with them again, the spacing might be a little bit off here, but once Ghana have the ball. They're trying to build up. There. Once they get the ball out wide, the shift is there. Then they'll move up. They'll move forward. And then you're looking. Simo getting up. Asante while more central. Usually, when they're able to get the ball into the mid, it's a turn and then it's a direct ball because typically the line is further up with the pressure that they're creating. They're not giving too much space in the midfield. The line is further up, and so when it was Doris, but now it's going to be Evelyn. But I think you could be a little bit more fluid with that. The ball was going directly diagonal long, and once he got there, it was either Evelyn Badu trying to get long and a defending line moving back, or not. What I would like them to do is once you get the ball long, and this is where I think you should put Chantel more into the middle, get the ball there, and either have Nimache invert inside and bring you a few more players inside. Yes, more players in the same space become a little bit easier to defend, but at least you're giving yourself some short passes to turn through. Because then, if you can get the ball here, now you either force one of the midfielders to come inside, then you have Simo who can get out wide here. You can play the ball out to her with this line probably backing up a little bit. And now, if you can get the ball there, then you can have Evelyn Badu and Princess and Chick moving inside. Chantal can be that outlet in the middle as the defense will come through. And then if you can get the ball here, as this is all turning back towards you, now Chantal's choices are either to go short to Anima Che or to go diagonal for Princess, who I think has looked good in their moments. And then from there, it's moving the ball into dangerous spaces. Then you can have a Badu and this type of movement coming through for a cross, well placed ball. I know, all perfect in my mind. And then a shot on goal. That would be ideal. What is happening more often, as we had said, is once the ball gets, say, in the middle here to Asante, while they're going directly long. And with a line that's backing up, this is your only option right now. But a 1v4, you have to get a better option attacking than that. And so I think that's what I would like to see a little bit more. And that would be really right. And to this point, I agree with you, Pharaoh. Like they tried to prevent an open play goal, but they concede a penalty. And that's tough. It's a tough way to go down, but I think for them they can certainly build in. And to this point, I agree. Give them credit. Don't forget the Ivorians were leading South Africa 2-0 until they got relaxed and allowed South Africa to equalize. And that's why I'm saying the Ivorian second halves have been interesting, where I think you're not out of this game. But for Ghana, you need to finish. And I think if they can find a finish, this is a similar conversation to what was happening with the Malawi and the Malawi Algeria match. And if you can find a goal early in this half, I think it opens up the opportunities you have in the game because they haven't been bad building up, but they just need to be a little bit more better with their final third decisions. And I think if they do that, that certainly opens up options. And that's what they need. They need options. And so if they're able to do that, I think that looks much better for them. But again, in this first half, I think they've been outside of the penalty, they've been good. But the penalty is a difference. And right now, that is what is separating Ghana from a chance to compete to qualify for the World Cup versus coming out in a tournament which I think a tournament where some people thought they could win, but now they're fighting for this. So again, 45 minutes left. I think with Evelyn Badu, I think she will definitely drop into the midfield. And I think that'll definitely help Ghana retain a little bit better in midfield. But I think now with Badu there, now you're going to have to really rely on your wingers to create for you, or you put Chantal Boy Horkla up top and then you play Evelyn in the midfield, Evelyn Badu, that is. And then from there, I think you can create some opportunities for yourself going. For the Ivorians, hey, keep the pressure up. It's that simple. Keep the pressure, make it uncomfortable for them. When you've turned them over, you've got the ball to dangerous spots. Again, the final third, decision making, another same conversation point. But if they can get the turnovers, the pressure that they're playing, I think this is the Ivorians will make it very tough for the side. And so for Cote d'Ivoire, not much I would change. Keep the pressure up, make it difficult. Don't give Ghana a chance to really try to pass out, and this might make things. You're one half away, barring a collapse. You're one half away from making it to the IC playoff for the second straight World Cup. So those are my thoughts. You guys let me know your thoughts. I know Firewall, good thoughts from there. And my half stream is now gone, so now I gotta find. Yeah, and nobody has this game, and it's actually frustrating. Imagine being CAF and just saying, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, we'll have the game for you," and there's no access. Like, imagine people actually wanting to watch your product, and you make it painstakingly difficult to find it. It's it's like they don't like money. Like truthfully, it's like they don't like money. They don't care. It's frustratingly funny how much they just it's hilarious. But I mean, enough complaining about them. I digress. And so for Ghana, it's just one opportunity, one half to turn it around. We'll see what they're able to do with it. But so far, the only difference is the penalty. 1-0 Cote d'Ivoire over the Ghana Black Queens. Les Elephants, they are one step away from having the chance to fight for a World Cup spot. All right. So we get going here. No, dude, I have not seen it. All right. You send it if you have Twitter, send it to me there or Blue Sky. Let's try somewhere else because I have not seen it, and I Yeah, so second half is off to go. Oh, okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, yeah, let me give you my blue sky here. Yeah. Womp, womp, womp. Perfect. Perfect. But no, I do agree with this point. Score early. Once they equalize, then the Ivorians have to start to play a little bit more, and I think they can turn them over. I think the Ivorians have been better, though. I think they've been better on the ball than we've given them credit for in this game. I still think the Ivorians would rather play in transition versus playing straight. But you send me that, John. I have both. I'm much more unhinged on this. Yeah, Johnny boy, there he is. He's gonna continues to keep the pressure going. All right, and do my eyes deceive me? Is that a goal in this economy? Hey, it is a goal in this economy, guys. The game is back on. The game is back on. I'll let you know who it is. Because in the 49th minute, Ghana have found their equalizer, which means the game is back on. But of course, it'll be checked with VAR. Yeah, I don't know why I over surprised. I don't know why I over celebrated. Pending VAR. It's pending VAR. Okay. I just lost. I just lost access to my visuals. So you need to tell me. You need to tell me if this is. Tell me this is real. Tell me this is real. Okay. I've seen too many Ghana goals be taken off due to VAR. Tell me this is real. But it could be 1-1. It could be 1-1. It could be 1-1. Oh my, oh my, oh my, 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 my. This could be. This could be. Pending VAR. Pending. You know what? I'm going to stay calm. I'm going to stay calm. I'm not going to get overexcited here. But Ghana may have found their equalizer. Don't take this from me, Calf. You've taken enough. Don't take this from me. Don't take this from me. Ghana may have equalized. We wait. We wait to be certain. We wait to be certain. I'm not changing anything until we return to play. But we're waiting. Is this real? Is this real? I ask. I am just. Tell me this is real, guys. D- I don't know what to do. I can never have nice things. Are you serious? All we do is score goals that are taken off for some reason. Incredible. Still 1-0. Goal canceled. Ah, every time we score a goal, it's just like, no, no, don't hope. Why hope? So it looks like the goal has been taken away. Protests for everyone. Let's see what the socials are saying. My goodness me. This is just unbelievable. So Ghana now have to find a goal again. But hey, a good start. They have to score early because they've been a good start of the half side, but the goal has been disallowed, but it's still 1-0. As Ghana tries to find an equalizer, one that they won't take away. Don't take it back. 1-0 still. I knew not to get excited. But I just want them to have a chance. Let me dream. Ah, the ball is easily claimed by the Ivorians, and now they start off in their build-up, and they go long directly down the right-hand side. Let's see what they can do here. Looking, hoping, and looking. Everyone out here. And unfortunately, nothing to show for. Oh, it's getting bad, eh? Oh, goodness me. It is not 1-0. It is 1-1. Got you. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's see if this works. All right. I'll be back in a minute. We'll get this up. Okay, we'll send this to myself. All righty. So we have an injury in the 55th minute. But again, the story is a disallowed goal. It's what we do. Disallowed goal. Ah, you know what? I'll take this. So injury down right now, 55th minute. So Ivorian player comes off the pitch. But now here we are. Drop ball coming in. Okay, we're back in. And they go direct. Try to put the ball in a dangerous space. One back in the middle. And it looks like they are playing with Horkala a little bit further up the pitch now. Hey. Ghana players are dropping like flies, unfortunately. Hey, that's not good. Evelyn Badu, who came on to replace, she just goes down. No contact injury. Ghana, unfortunately, looks like they've. This might be another substitution that has to come in, which is unfortunate because no trust. They're running out of options here. It's kind of looks like they're going to another corner coming through. So Evelyn Badu now off. I don't want to believe it. I'm going to stay a minute behind. I don't want to believe it until I see it with my own eyes. I don't want to believe it. In their defense, it's like their eighth one they've hosted. Other people have to bid, and CAF has to not continue to rely on them. So that's what they have to do. Okay. I'm going to believe it. I know what I'm seeing on the screen is, but I'm not believing it until I see it. All right, so corner kick coming out for Ghana. Header put in. Princess puts it through. Equalize. It's real. It's a real goal. It's a real goal. Oh, it's a real goal. It's a real goal. Oh, Princess, you're having a game. You're having a day. But it's a real goal, guys. We're level. It's real. VR can't take this one away. It's 1-1. Princess Mahfouz has had a good game outside of the penalty conceded. So she's had a mixed game. But it's a real thing, guys. It's a real goal. It's a real goal. 1-1. The game is afoot. And now Ghana have to figure out if they can get Evelyn Badu going again or if they have to take her off. And now you're subbing the player for everyone, but Princess gets in. They score the goal. Oh, tries to turn over, but now thrown coming in. All right, so I'm a minute behind again still, but we're doing what we can. As the Ivorians dribble, they go long, headed and cleared out. Throwing coming for Cote d'Ivoire. 1-1 is the score of this game. I feel hope in my soul again. I feel hope in my soul. As the Ivorians get the ball in the middle, dribble back. They try to go out wide. Yeah, Evelyn Badu back on, but running gingerly as the ball is left for Cynthia Colon. Benedict Simon with it, leaves it. Portia Boachin now gets the ball out to Josephine Bonsu. Back in the middle to Kwadjo. Kwadjo tries to go long, but then sends it to no one. But it's chested out by the Ivorians. So now a throw in for Ghana. Hope in my soul. Nice. I have hope again, John. You can feel the energy. It's here. All righty. So here comes Yapo with the throw. She puts it in the middle. One back by the Ivorians on a ball of who wants it. And they try to switch into space. Josephine Bonsu. Oh, a nice diagonal. Gets it space. Oh, dribble by one. Dribble blocked in the chest. Tries to cross it, headed away. That should be a hand, but the ref won't call it. And then chipped up. Evelyn Badu now in the middle, not going as fast as she can. Puts the ball out wide. Princess tries to get to it, but doesn't have the pace. Puts a player down, unfortunately, and a foul coming in. 1-1 is the score. Princess gives and she takes away. She gives penalties and she takes away the lead as she is responsible for both goals. But a good block by Ghana's players. So now here comes the Ivorians slowly bringing the ball in. And Ghana now too spaced out, where it looks like, again, they're playing more of a 4-4-1-1 Ghana is, with Chantal Boy Horkola in the 10 role, but drifting to ball side. And yes, you need to earn that if you're going to try to press. But this is where it gets very interesting as they try to head it out again. Another throw in coming for the Ivorians. The ball played into the middle. Chantal tries to apply some pressure. But again, Ghana more in a 4-4-1-1. They switch the ball now, the Ivorians. Ghana, yeah, the switches are really causing problems. They go past, and a foul is given. Josephine Bonsu is just, look, it's a foul, I get it, but tough as Bafana gets the foul. And a free kick coming for the Ivorians on the side. Let's see what's able to come here. Yeah, so updates. So Doris hamstring injury at the end of the first half, she's done. So then Evelyn Badu came on and she's had a little bit more. So right now, Badu is leading the line with Horkola standing in the 10 role. So it's really more of a 4-4-1-1. And then, yeah, Princess, I think Princess conceded the foul that caused the penalty, but then she scored the equalizer. And so she's had a game where she's given and taken away for both sides. Um, so that's where we stand currently, 1-1. Princess certainly is going to have ratings everywhere. But a long free kick coming here for Ghana here as I catch up here. As Benedict Simon saves it, Horkola turns, plays it. Simon, good play. Oh, so yeah, deep diagonal. Set pieces. Set pieces are the way. So Santewa draws the set piece. We'll see what they can create with it. But again, 1-1 is the score. 1-1 is the score. So here we go with the set piece goes in. But dealt with Ghana still building around. Cross it inside. Second ball there. Asantewa turns. Puts it struck off ahead. But now the Ivorians on going in transition. They get the ball into space, and this could be dangerous. Only Simon and Portia Boache defending. Good defending by Ghana, but a good opportunity for Ghana turns into a great transition moment for the Ivorians as they turn, get the ball in the middle, pass one, pass two, but then quickly defended, ball cleared, and now Evelyn Badu gets the ball to Nyemache and a foul given. But the question is, what will they look at here? Will they look for A penalty here for the block shot. No, Kusi is not on the pitch yet. Okay, let's see. Oh, they're looking for a potential. I don't have that. Oh, that's a penalty. That has to be a penalty. I'm sorry. That has I. They gave me hope, and now I'm back in. That has to be a pen. That has to be a pen. Yeah, that has to be a pen. I'm looking at it. The arm is. It's not coming. She's trying to retract it, but still, it's not close to the body. That has to be a pen. See, now they got me carrying again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That should be a pen. Ghana should have a penalty here. This could be quite the turnaround if Ghana earns this, gets this pen. We'll wait to see if they go to the. It should be a penalty. To me, it should be a penalty. Not because I'm rooting for Ghana, because it should be a penalty. That to me should be a penalty. So possible penalty coming. We'll wait for them to give it or go to the booth. The thing is, the problem with it, because I'm looking at the replay again, she's wide, but she's bringing it close to herself, so I can see it go either way. So, but we'll wait here. So, big moment here again. VAR Ghana goal opportunity, like peanut butter and jelly. We say here. Uh, It's something unlike any other. As we wait, so she's going to the booth. I think once she's gone, it's a pen. So a possible. They're giving it. Once you go to the booth, you're giving it, unless you know it's Ghana. In which case, they're taking it away. And you've taken too much from me. Ghana right now, a much better second half. So we'll definitely wait, but this feels like this should be a penalty. I don't disagree with you, John, but the problem is I don't know what anything is anymore. Penalty. Thank you, Farrell, for being a minute ahead of me. I don't know what to believe anymore, but thank you. Ghana with a chance. So that side is just. So who is taking it? It looks like Josephine Bonsu is taking it. No dispute. I'm just going to watch it. I don't want my heart to be broken one way or the other. So Ghana now with a penalty, with a chance to take the lead. Outside of conceding, they've had probably a better game. But now, can Ghana do what they haven't done all tournament? Score 2 goals on purpose. Josephine Bonsu on to take. They're bringing a substitution. So, so Dagba coming off for Diallo. Diallo. Okay. I'm not. I'm just watching the broadcast. It's already happened. So if the chat's going well, good for you guys. Or if you guys are crying, Josephine Bonsu puts it away. 2-1 for the Black Queens. Ah, I can breathe. She did not. She did not fire well. She did not. We're up 2-1. My everything has come back. I can't. Good turnaround from the girls, ladies. Now Josephine Bonsu gets it 2-1 for the Black Queens. So now Ghana. Hey, hey, hey. It is. I do feel for her. I also thank her for conceding the penalty, so Ghana might have a chance to get through. Okay, I just want to see Ghana make the World Cup. Okay, and not have them be with Canada's group, and then not. It was terrible. Tired of teams playing with Canada in their groups, and it's terrible. But no, I do agree. Ghana up 2-1, 15 or so minutes plus additional time. Probably 6 minutes of additional time will be added. So it's a 73-16. There's about 20 minutes, I think, of game time left in this game. 20 minutes of game time left. As the Ivorians now get the ball in the middle. Bad coverage there. And Ghana's 4-4-1-1. Certainly looking much better in the second half. Josephine gets the foul called, and now a deep free kick coming in. If you guys haven't already, make sure you touch up the like button on this video for better visibility. I know a lot of people are doing this here, but I'm very appreciative that you guys are here with me watching this. And, I'm keeping you guys abreast of what's happening. But 2-1 is the score. So here comes Benedict Simon. Throws it in. Another throw coming in for the Ghanaians. Simon gets the touch, gets the ball in, ball goes out, and now a throw in coming for Ghana. Simon just making her way down, looking to who to throw, throws it in, ball goes into the middle, and then one back by the Ivorian. Simon puts it up, off the bounce, headed down in the middle. As they get the ball out wide, and now the Ivorians are now breaking on the right side. Space for her to dribble through. Cries across into the middle, but looking for a deflection. One back, nearly cleared. Asantewa gets through and gets the ball up, and now here comes Nimache stopping, try to cross it, gets the ball over to Princess. Princess now cutting inside. Chantal Boy Horkola tries to put a strike on, but then blocked And now here comes the Ivorians trying to play the ball into space. But then Nello gets it, and now they're going down the left-hand side. They get the ball into the middle. No coverage here by Ghana, and there's nothing but space. She's able to switch the ball over. Only the defenders left now. As Kawasi gets past one. Hit, but shoulder to shoulder given. No decision. Now here comes Ghana trying to take a little bit of air out of this game if they can. 76 minutes and counting. Still 2-1. Ghana turnaround. Welcome to African football. Welcome. Unless you're on the men's side, and then, designated teams. I'll say the thing. All right, Ghana trying to build out, but a loss. Now here comes the Ivorians to get the ball out wide. Ghana have to be careful as Kawasi gets past one, gets past two, and deflected. Cross off Josephine Bonsu. Corner coming in. Can the Lady Elephants respond? Is the question of the day. All right, so corner coming in. Another substitution brought in. Oh. So now Akisi Konon comes off for a Gruba come in. Header coming in. Header and saved over the top. Good save by Cynthia Conlon. Great reaction time by the Ghana keeper. Can they turn it around here? Another corner coming here. They send it in. Outswinging ball. Headed out. Player goes down for Ghana. And a drop ball going to happen as we have a Ghanaian player who is down. And it looks like it's Dua who is down. So Susan Dua, let's see what happens on it. Oh, she had both players going for the ball. And she is hit off, and she is in a little bit of discomfort there. That's a very nice shot by Diakite, but a better save by Cynthia Conlon. And Susan Dua is down after the second one going through. In the 80th minute and counting. So this looks like a head injury for sure. So if it is a head injury, they will additional substitutions for that. But yep, agreed. This game is now 50-50 in terms of quality. Yep, I would agree with that. Ghana should start defending the lead. They should start defending the lead. They need to be wary with the lead, yes. Because they're giving up a little bit too much in the midfield and allowing switches too easily. And so for Ghana, for sure, I think you can drop back a little bit. I think this is where you take off Chantal Boy Horkla, and then you put in another player to defend and only leave Evelyn Badu, and then you have Princess. And I think if Alice Kusi is available, you play her as an outlet, as someone that you can get the ball out to in space, and you play from there. But yes, I do agree they need to be weary of conceding a late goal here for the equalizer. But then if they do have the opportunity, they could put this game away. So with this injury, we're probably looking at what 7 minutes, 7, 8 minutes of additional time. So this game is long but done. This game is long but over in the additional time in this half. There's certainly going to be time to come through. As the drop ball comes back, and the Ivorians now get the ball into the middle. She gets past one, gets past two, dribbling. Good turn, but then stopped. Turning the ball, playing it out. A low ball in, top of the but Kawasi can't quite control it, and it's played out for a corner. So substitution should be coming here, guys, as we gain to the last moments. Ghana clinging to a 2-1 lead, a good second half, getting them 2 goals. Josephine Bonsu with the go-ahead, while Princess Malfo with the equalizer. They are probably 15 to 17 minutes away from going back through. Delivery comes in, but dealt with. Nyemeche can't get to it, and throwing coming for the Ivorians. But now here comes the substitutions. So Opoku and looks like Sharon Sampson are going to be coming in. So Dua and Yamachit coming off. So a good game for Yamachit. I think probably one of the more effective attackers. Too many offsides. With Sharon Sampson, you give them a little bit of size. Now Opoku in defense, but you give Sharon Sampson will give a little bit of size to defend set pieces here. So certainly good. If you're Ghana, I would rather them go back into more of a back five here. A 5-3-2 is what I would prefer in this situation. Let's see what they're in. Here they go as the Ivorians put the ball into the middle. Try to one back, but no one can get to it as Evelyn Badu again still leading the line. No Doris in the second half. Hamstring injury at the end of the first half as they get the ball. Sharon Sampson defending well. They try to put the cross, but easily claimed by Cynthia Conlon. Agreed. Agreed. This is defending counter season. So Evelyn Badu picks up the yellow card on the foul here. I don't know. I'm not sure if things get cleared or not. Oh yeah, that's a high boot. That's a straight. Yeah, that could have been worse. All right, so ref is taking a note, taking time. I think we're gonna see 9 minutes. Are they gonna look at that as a possible red? No, they will not. All right. Cross net in, headed up in the air. Ghana gets it. Evelyn Badu gets to it, tries to play it back, but overrun. Boy Oracle Sharon Thompson tries to get to it, but then easily one back. Now they try to go through the lines, a handball. No call. Play on. They have the ball at the edge. Strike, Princess. Listen, Ghana. You look. Yep. At this point, Ghana. Everything that touches Ghana, they're like, listen, we are taking these minutes. We are taking these minutes. But 2-1, the Black Queens now in desperation mode. Hold on, hold. I do too, right? I think they did. I think I know he's taking this criticism, and look, he has his things he hasn't gotten right. But for taking the team, new coach, and then now taking over, I this is where I think it's disappointing they didn't qualify directly because I think that would have been a great story for him in the squad. But I feel as if Ghana, I think they need to get back to the World Cup, and now they have to go through the IC playoff round. They'll probably have to play two more games to go through if they use the same format as last year, our last World Cup. But we'll wait and see. But as we wait, they are probably 10 minutes away from it because I think we're going to get about 7 minutes of additional time in this game. Princess back on her feet. The player has to leave the pitch. The ref is very look. This is the one thing I do appreciate. If you go down, if a if a trainer has to get to you, we'll take that time back. As Portia Boache comes off, and that is a very difficult. Yeah, and especially for Portia, I would love to see her ending out the World Cup as Benedict Simon goes long, ball goes deep. Deep throw coming in here. Ghana tries to, but then loses the ball. That could have been an opportunity. Princess Marful with it, plays it out. Chantal Boy sends in the cross deep over. Player goes down. Samson turns, tries to get past one, but can't quite fight through. And now here come the Ivorians. This is the stress is real, ladies and gentlemen. The stress is real. Ball headed in, back in, one back. Badu gets it to Sharon Sampson. It's just her 1v1. She cuts it inside, tries to play it across. Oh, but not enough players, but a good idea. Offside's called. Free kick coming the next way. But a good idea there by Sharon Sampson. Ghana now need to manage this. They need to manage these last few moments, and we'll wait to see how many. I think it's 7 minutes. I could see 8 minutes, but I think it's going to be time because we've had basically three VAR moments in this half, plus the injuries. 7 to 8 minutes is what I think we're going to get. Santewa now leaving the pitch for Linda Wusu Ansa, who comes in, just got to AFC Toronto. So for me, I'm very jealous, and this is selfish for me. And now it's just managing these moments. Let's see. Let's see how much time is given. 9 minutes. So I wasn't off on the 8, but 9 minutes. Gonna have to be careful with committing too many players forward here. They just need to defend, make things difficult, and then just release the pressure well. There we go. Now here comes Princess, unaware of the pressure on her, tries to get by one, but then dispossessed by three. So 9 minutes felt about right. They try to cross the ball in, chipped up Portia, heads it over. Ghana player goes down, touching the head. Opoku needs to get up because this ref is not giving anything. The Ivorians try to turn. They need to be careful with their feet here. Proper puts it out. Good defending by Benedict Simon. Simon gets it out. Played out to Chantal Horkla. Boy plays it out wide. Tries to get into space. And a free kick given. These will be the longest 9 minutes of our lives. And we will be here for them. Gone up 2-1. They've made me hope again. Call off Latifa Abdu. I said it. Call her. Gonna have to be careful in these moments. There's plenty of time here. They need to see this game out wisely and effectively. Oh, Badu has a chance. If she can get this on target, tries to chip the goalkeeper, but too wide. And if she tries to go cross body, I think she might have a chance for it, but doesn't quite go. So now here come the Ivorians. Building Ghana just either need to put this game away or just find every trotro in Morocco and just deal with it. They go across. Princess tries to get to it, but then headed almost out. But good defending by Simon. Oh, I know some people may not like Simon's passing, but hey, she is their fullbacks have not been their problem. No free kick given in the middles. The Ivorians get up. And this time Josephine Bontu breaks through. She's looking, plays it out to Sharon Sampson. Sampson tries to go by one, using a little bit of her physicality to get by two, but a foul given. Here we go. Turning it, Kojo getting it out. Sampson plays it into the middle. Chantal has the ball. Chip back inside. Evelyn Badu looking, trying to play through the inside, nothing. Tries to chip it over. Boy Horkla goes with the acrobatics, but nothing. Good save. Now Ghana being the more aggressive side here. They scored a penalty early, and then the next 20 minutes was all Ghana, and then Ghana turned the ball over, and then I think their first half was much better than I think the stats will give them. But they are much better built as a transition side. And so they were set up there, but Ghana were good passing through them and got better groove with the game. I think also having more pace up front helped Ghana in this type of situation. And we'll see what goes through. But yeah, I think the Ivorians can do it, but I think if the Ivorians equalize, it'll be because Ghana pushed too many players forward and as a result left themselves open for the counter, and then it was a situation. But still 2-1. We're halfway through the allotted additional time. It's either an equalizer or an end. Amani gets past, deflected, out for a goal kick. That could have been. Porsche clears it, it goes off the player, and then it goes down. So time, listen, it's getting late early, but the Ivorians are just now, listen, their desperation is coming up. Ghana have to defend and defend. If they find the winner, find it. But time is ticking away. We're into the 96th minute of additional time. Yeah, this ref is like, don't waste time here. Okay, I know you want to, but don't waste time. The moments are clipping. The Ivorians get the ball in the middle. They go try to go direct, but that's an offside. Now Ghana, the free kick, yeah, clearly offsides. Good defending by Opoku, was up high enough. Cynthia Conlon goes direct, chested by Chantal. Turns. Oh, they could have had Samson, but Samson can't quite get to it. Time is sipping away here. Listen, you weren't wrong. They technically got two equalizers, but I won't complain. I shan't complain. As Ghana now, time is ticking away for the Ivorians. Ghana are doing a good job to make the most of opportunities, but finish one or just take the air out of this game here. Ghana have to be careful because this ref is the type of ref who will give additional time here. Josephine Bonsu wins the ball back in the midfield, and she goes long. Sansa tries to get to it, but can't quite get to it, and it's rolled. Ghana can't be rolling around here. You're down a player. Get up and defend. Get up and defend. Well, we've rolled around enough. Ghana have. No, she got a red. She's the player who got the red in against Algeria. And so they were down that player. So hey, fortune favors Ghana. I don't get the World Cup in 1 hour. Then the game that everyone is looking forward to, the South Africa Nigeria game, is coming up in about an hour's worth of time. But for now, we Ghanaians hold our collective breaths and they clench, and we get it over the line. Again, a spot in Intercontinental Playoff is on the line here. Look, if this goes as we hope, they will celebrate it at the end. Hey, so time is ticking. This ref is probably going to add another 2, maybe 3 minutes because they do not want. We'll go through it, but right now, Ivorians hoping, Ghana rolling. Regardless, a World Cup potential, a World Cup playoff berth is on the line. We'll see what they're able to do. This go, let's go, let's get this through, get this through, get this through. Garage, garage, garage. Come on, Ghana, get this to the garage. I just want to see you guys compete for a chance for it. But based off of this, Montu gets the ball into the midfield. Chantal Boy tries to get to it, but the Ivorians get it back, deflected. Sampson, good deflection. Now a throw and come for them as they turn. The Ivorians put it back into the middle, get it through. This is their last chance here. They go long. Diakite does. Headed up over. Conlon gets it. Stay down for more than 5 seconds if you're going to go down. That is it. And Ghana have kind of done it. We are still. And I think there's a whole conversation about, oh, we scored like we had our probably our best half with Doris not on the pitch. Je dis rien. Je juste dis ça. I just say that. Congratulations to the Black Queens. Congratulations to the Black Queens. What? Look, resilient performance by them. They turn it around. Princess Marfo, who concedes the penalty in the first few moments, she turns around and now, yo, are they serious? Man's got the highlights already. Yo, Selassie, man, them quickness, but they get it done, turning around the second half, and as a result, they are headed towards the IC playoff happening next year in March, where the winner of their pathway will go towards the World Cup final competition. And so let's look at these stats one final time here. No surprise, player of the match is Josephine Bonsu. I think if you look at her consistently, she's been Ghana's most consistent player this entire tournament. So it is fitting that she is the player who scores the goal that sends Ghana to the IC playoff. Special shout out to Princess Marfo again. She concedes a penalty, but hey, she gets the goal back. So she erases her mistake and has a solid half as well to play through. Midfield, not as good, but I think Kojo had a much better time than Asante Wa in the middle. Portia Boache and Susan Dua, well done. Benedict Simon, I don't think you can ever look. Offensively, you may question her, but defensively, I think she always puts in a good shift for the Black Queens, and that's gone well for them. I think the story of this game is Doris leaves, Evelyn Badu comes in, and you have a little bit better fluidity. If they want to play direct, if that's how they want to play against, like they play against the Ivorians, I think you could have done that. But maybe you want a pacier striker up top. And Evelyn, I think Badu, though only ranking a 6.3 on the scale, she did enough. I think, and the chances she created and her pace and her playmaking did enough there that I think it'll go unheralded. But well, Anima Chit with a good half as well. But let's take a look at Josephine Bonsu in her game, defending again a little bit up and down, ground duels as well. Not the best, but progression, that's where she made her money here. About 70%, 69% on progressive passes. Accurate passes, the final third. And then progressive passes were good. Playmaking, one accurate ball into the box. 2 out of 6 for accurate passes. Her shots, one on goal. She creates the penalty, or she takes the penalty in, and I think that is fair. Other player, I think I does deserve it, Princess Marfo, because we're just switching everything apparently. 7 shots overall for her. Headed shots 4. She was very active everywhere, whether it was on the ground or in the air. Love that. She concedes the penalty, but then playmaking wise, nothing in the final third, but good final third passes into the nothing into the box, but good final third passing could improve. Progression about 67% was there. The pressure from the Ivorians certainly made it difficult for the Ghanaians to get through, but ultimately her defending numbers helped, and she ultimately not only gives a penalty but equalizes and goes back. And Yamache, I think we can't overlook her and her performance. 4 key passes, 3 out of 6 accurate passes into the box, 3 out of 4 accurate crosses. If not for the offsides flag, she would have had higher numbers. So watching her pace is certainly something to keep an eye on. But progression was good. Accurate passes was 12 out of 17. Long passes 2 out of 3. And defending when called upon, she was there. Yes, we are headed towards the Intercontinental Playoff. I agree. I am excited. I can breathe. It's not the direct route to the World Cup, but at least we still have a chance to make it. And so, to remind you again, Ghana will soon be here. Ghana will soon be here as CAF Team 1, and then either South Africa or Nigeria will be sitting there with them, and their pathways will go through, leaving only the CONCACAF teams and then the UEFA team. And I think the rankings of the teams will very much matter because right now, Ghana will be in a pathway. They won't face the African sides to go through. You can't face your own side in any of your pathways. However, something very interesting is going to happen, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it breaks through because I think Chinese Taipei is a beatable side for a Ghana side. Uzbekistan may be a little bit more difficult. The South American teams will be physical sides, and the CONCACAF teams, I think, them walking in, they may be the favorites along with the European side. Last World Cup's edition, it was 2 CONCACAF sides and a European side that made it through. But I think the pathways will really determine this. But again, Ghana, they get to dream another day. They have until March now. Next thing for African women's sides is Olympic qualifying. I think Ghana have Mauritanius is their next team that they're playing. I could be wrong on that, but it's Olympic qualifying is the next thing for African women. And so they will be busy for that. And then come March, that's when the IC playoff will take place. Location TBD, but I'm assuming somewhere in Brazil, or if FIFA still corrupt, somehow the US, because that's what happens. I laugh, but it's true. And so for Ghana, look, it wasn't the tournament that they wanted. However, this was certainly the tournament. It was a good consolation for them. Mauritius is who they play, sorry, in World Cup and Olympic qualifying. Ghana turn. And for the Ivorians, look, Cote d'Ivoire entered this tournament having fallen in the pre-tournament spaces. They were added in, and the fact that they topped their group and then had a chance to go to the World Cup through the IC playoff is a great tournament for them. I think GAF is showing, look, 16 teams is worthy to go to. I think eventually with more teams start to invest into their programs, you'll see more. And then we can have a conversation of should we go to 24? But I think right now 16 might be the right amount of teams for the women's side for women's AFCON for all those competitions. And then we go from there. But congratulations to the Black Queens. They have their World Cup dreams are still alive. WAFCON dreams died, but their World Cup dreams are still alive. And that's all that matters. So they'll have Olympic qualifying coming and then coming through. And then I think they got to look for, I think their wingers aren't their problems. I think they have to figure out who can go in front of goal. There's a name. Look, I think she's a very interesting name that I could say would be interesting for Ghana to go after, but I think she might fancy her chances with Canada's national team. But if Latifa Abdou doesn't get called up in October or November by Canada, I think she should make the call. But I'll say that out loud. I'll say that out loud. As crazy as the thought it is, I'll say it out loud. But congratulations to the Black Queens. They are one of the 2 African sides going to the IC playoff. They'll be joined by the Super Falcons of Nigeria or Banyana Banyana from South Africa, because only one of those teams are moving on. And that game starts in about 50 or so minutes. But we're going to cap it off here. We thank you so much for coming by. I want to assume that I think JD should be on for that. But I'm just going to send you his way just in case. We max it. He may not be available. but I figured he should be. But I'm going to post this here if you're looking for potential coverage on all sides. We max it. We've done things for years together. We will continue to do things together at some point, I'm sure. I've just not messaged anyone really. And so that goes on. That comes up. But if you guys are looking for coverage from that, he should be live for that because he does support the Nigerian side, both men and women on that channel. So run over there. Maybe give him a like. Post on the last Nigeria video to see if he's going to post and go for there. But congratulations to the Black Queens of Ghana. They are headed to the IC Playoff. Now their World Cup dreams will take the scenic route. But until then, guys, thank you for coming by to the channel. I appreciate everyone who spent some time with us. Subscribe, appreciate it. Here we do primarily Canadian African content. Thank you for all the subscribers. We're up to 1543. Great numbers for us and for everyone who watched. I appreciate all of you. We'll be back with more Canadian and African content as the weeks go by. But until then, as always, I'm going to stop talking right here. Are you sure, though? You have too much talent to fail. But you know what? Maybe coaching might be a thing. But you know what? We'll see. Anyways, enjoy the game, Nigeria. Enjoy the